What if the fiercest monster ever to walk the earth wasn't a villain at all, but the last hope against the tyranny of gods? Typhon, the name whispers dread through the annals of mythology, but what if he's the misunderstood outcast, the heavyweight champion in a world built on divine pretense? Here lies a monster who dared to flip the script, a colossal titan who brought Olympus to its knees. Can you feel the tremor beneath your feet? Picture this, a storm brewing, clouds swirling like angry spirits above the peaks of Olympus, the air thick with the scent of impending doom. Gods, those celestial bullies, strutting like they own the cosmos, cackling as they wreak havoc, tossing mortals aside like broken toys. But wait, what happens when the desolate and the damned band together? What happens when Typhon, banished to the shadowy underbelly of existence, rises with a vengeance that makes Zeus tremble? Here's the kicker, this isn't just a tale of vengeance, it's a raucous comedy of cosmic errors. Imagine Hades, with a grin as wide as the river Styx, placing bets on the chaos to unfold. Meanwhile, Poseidon looks on, clutching his trident like a nervous prom date. The gods, for all their power, are no match for the thunderous fury of an outcast monster who has nothing left to lose. You thought you knew the story? Think again. Typhon didn't merely challenge the gods, he threw the gauntlet with a flourish that echoed through the heavens. Lightning bolts? Child's play. He unleashed whirlwinds that could shred the very fabric of reality. Whispers say that the earth itself shuddered with laughter as he battled against the so-called divine elite. Now, can you grasp the fine line between hero and monster? Is it really that simple? Or does the truth lie in the grey, in the chaos where humor and horror collide? This is no sanitized myth, this is a spectral rollercoaster where the stakes are higher than Olympus itself. Dive into a world where even the most sacred truths are spun into dark comedy, where the laughter of the damned mingles with the cries of the fallen. Do you dare to confront the implications? To question the narrative that has been hammered into the collective consciousness of humanity? Typhon's tale strips the veneer off the gods' grandeur and exposes the rotting decay beneath their gilded facades. The laughter is deafening, yet the atmosphere crackles with tension. What if the ultimate monster is not born from malice but from the ashes of betrayal? What if every thunderclap is an echo of rebellion? Strap in, because this isn't just another myth, this is a seismic shift in understanding power, fear, and the absurdity of existence itself. The question lingers like an unshakable ghost, who are the real monsters? The ones who wield the power of Olympus or the titan who dared to challenge it? The answers wait, cloaked in shadows, echoing through the corridors of time. Welcome to the chaos, the trap is set, and you've stepped right into the abyss. The storm rumbled in the distance, an angry beast thrashing against the horizon. I stood on the cliff's edge, breath caught in my throat, heart pounding like tribal drums. The air was thick with an electricity that rattled my bones, the kind of electricity that promised chaos, that whispered of monsters stirring beneath the surface. My fingers trembled, brushing against the jagged stones that seemed to pulse beneath my touch, as if the earth itself was alive and aware, cradling secrets too terrible to voice. A scream shattered the stillness, piercing the tension like a dagger. It was my sister, Lyra. I remember her eyes wild with terror, teeth chattering, as she dashed through the forest, branches clawing at her skin. Her flight was frantic, a desperate dance to outrun whatever darkness haunted her. I had to move, I had to save her. But what could I do against the shadow rising from the depths of our world? Lyra! I shouted, but the wind snatched my words, tossing them into the void. All that remained was the echo of my own fear, reverberating back to me. I stumbled after her, unsteady, each step weighted with doubt. This wasn't just a game of hide and seek. This was primal, raw. The air thickened with the scent of damp earth and fear, mingling, twisting like the dark tendrils of our fate. I caught a glimpse of her, just a flash, golden hair glinting in the fading light, a beacon of innocence chased by the encroaching night. It was then that I saw it, a flicker of movement behind the trees, a grotesque silhouette stretching and yawning, awakening from a nightmare slumber. My heart sank, each beat a drum roll for impending doom. Run! I screamed, and for a heartbeat, I was the protector. For a heartbeat, I believed I could turn back the tide. But she didn't run. Lyra stopped. She turned to me, eyes wide, reflecting the chaos, the madness, the birth of something evil. "It's coming, isn't it?" Her voice trembled like a broken string. I wanted to reach out, to pull her close and shield her from whatever horror stalked our land, but I was bound by fear, the weight of inevitability pressing down on me. The ground shuddered. Trees bent beneath an unseen weight, and I could almost hear the whispers of the earth, ancient voices murmuring the tale of Typhon. The monster, the tempest, the harbinger of chaos, the name itself felt like a curse. I could feel its breath, hot and rancid, a reminder of its insatiable hunger. I remember, I began, the words spilling from my lips as if the memories had been waiting to claw their way into the light. I remember the stories, the tales told around flickering fires, the warnings wrapped in laughter. "Beware Typhon," they said, "for he is the storm." But those stories, like faded scrolls, felt distant now. The monsters in those tales were mere shadows compared to the flesh and blood terror looming before us. I remember the nights when the stars hid their faces in fear, the nights when the moon turned red, as if we lived in a world painted by desperation. Lyra's breath quickened, and I could see her resolve faltering. She was only a child, a fragile flower in a tempest. "I don't want to be here. I don't want to die." Her voice cracked, and it shattered something within me, a reminder of our mortality, of how utterly vulnerable we were. "Neither do I," I whispered, the truth wrapping around us like a shroud. "But we can't let it win. We have to fight." But what was I fighting, really? Was it the monster, or was it the fear that gnawed at our souls? The shadows twisted, a living tapestry of nightmares, and for a moment, I saw something else in the dark, a glimpse of a figure, twisted and warped, a grotesque parody of a god. The legend spoke of Typhon as a titan, a giant whose eyes glowed with the fury of 1,000 storms. But here, in that moment, I saw a creature born of desperation, of pain, of betrayal. It was a reflection of our own fears, a manifestation of every broken promise, every time we whispered lies to ourselves. I turned back to Lyra, panic gripping my chest. "We have to go." I reached for her, but the moment was fragmented, time bending like the branches around us. She hesitated, caught between the push of survival and the pull of despair. "Do you think we can outrun it?" she asked, her innocence piercing through the darkness, a light that flickered and threatened to extinguish. "Hope is a lie," I responded, feeling the weight of those words like a stone in my heart. "But we can't stop fighting, no matter how hopeless it seems. We have to believe that we can beat the darkness back, even if only for a moment." The wind screamed around us, and Typhon's form grew clearer, monstrous and magnificent, a whirlwind of fury and despair. I saw its eyes, two voids that swallowed the very essence of light. Its roar reverberated through my bones, a symphony of chaos that promised annihilation. I remember when we were children, Lyra and I, climbing trees, laughing, believing we could conquer anything. But now, that laughter felt like a ghost, haunting me, reminding me of everything we stood to lose. The world was closing in, shadows creeping like thieves, and I could see the distant glimmer of hope fading. "Hold on to me," I whispered, reaching out, desperation clawing at my throat. "Hold on to what we are, what we can be." As we turned to flee, the storm broke, unleashing a torrential downpour that washed over us like the wrath of the gods. The night was alive with fury, and in that moment, I understood, Typhon was more than a monster, it was the embodiment of our fears, our failures, a dark reflection of what we could become if we let despair take root. I could feel it close, closer than ever, and I knew this was only the beginning. The storm was only waking up. The earth trembled underfoot, a low growl rising from the depths of the abyss, echoing through the valley like a mournful howl. I remember the dark sky, pregnant with the threat of storms, shadows twisting like phantoms against the fading light. We were not alone, never alone, as the whispers of ancient grudges snaked through the air, thick with tension. My heart raced, a frantic drumbeat against the silence. Tartarus, the gaping maw of despair, loomed before us, a chasm that devoured light and hope. I stood there, poised on the edge, staring into its depths, feeling the weight of generations pressing against my chest. The air crackled with something primal, something ancient. It felt like standing on the precipice of creation itself, before the chaos unleashed from Gaia, before the horror of Typhon took shape. And then there was Gaia, her figure a tapestry of life and death, a goddess woven from earth and anguish. I saw her then, a tempest of emotion swirling around her, fury and sorrow entwined in a tragic dance. Her eyes glinted like obsidian, reflecting the darkness that mirrored the void below. "They have come for us," she whispered, voice trembling like the branches of a dying tree. "They seek to awaken the nightmare I tried to bury." I didn't flinch. Every word cut deeper than any blade, fear slicing through me, a cold wind that froze the marrow in my bones. I remembered my father's stories, tales told in hushed tones around dying fires, where nightmares weren't just tales but threats lurking beyond the veil of sleep. The monsters of our lineage were not mere figments, they were flesh and blood, echoing through the twisted lineage of Typhon, that colossal figure birthed from the union of chaos and revenge. As I looked into the abyss, my thoughts drifted to my brother, who had run off into the storm, chasing shadows of glory and mischief. He was reckless, a spark in the night, charming but lost, always craving the thrill of the dance with danger. He'll return, I told myself, even as the winds howled with laughter, mocking my certainty. He knows his blood. He knows our fate. But doubt gnawed at the edges of my mind, each tick of the clock a reminder that time was a merciless tide, ever rising, ever consuming. The ground shuddered again, a fierce tremor that silenced my thoughts. Gaia's gaze flickered to the horizon, where dark clouds churned like a boiling pot. "We must act, before the darkness claims him," she breathed, urgency lacing her every word. I felt her desperation, a tether tying her to the world, to the life that pulsed beneath the surface. But how could we face the legacy that loomed? How could we confront the harbinger of our own undoing? I watched the way her hands trembled, her fingers curling into fists, the earth swirling around her as if responding to her turmoil. Strange, how in that moment, she seemed both colossal and fragile, a paradox wrapped in ancient power and haunting vulnerability. "I remember the stories," she began, voice cracking, "the tales of Typhon, of the storms he summoned, of the terror in his wake." Her breath hitched, and I saw it, the flicker of a memory igniting her eyes, a flame threatening to consume her. But what they don't tell is the cost, the heartache that we carry. The words hung heavy between us, a weight that felt insurmountable. Shadows danced in the corners of my mind, each one a ghost of what we might become if we failed. I could almost hear the whispers of our ancestors, long since lost to time, begging us to remember, to fight against the tide of fate. "I can't lose him," I confessed, the admission clawing its way from the depths of my soul. "Not like this. Not to the shadows." Gaia's gaze softened, and I caught a glimpse of her own torment, the fear of losing the very essence of what she loved most, her land, her children. The lineage of Typhon was a curse wrapped in a blessing, a heritage that demanded tribute in blood and tears, and we were all caught in its ruthless grip. Suddenly, a piercing cry shattered the air, raw and desperate, echoing from the void. It was my brother, his voice woven with pain, a thread that tugged fiercely at the fabric of my heart. I felt the world shift beneath me, the ground vibrating with the weight of his suffering. "We must go," Gaia urged, her tone fierce, igniting a spark of determination within me. "Now! Before it's too late." As we raced toward the sound, the shadows lengthened behind us, curling like fingers reaching out to drag us into the abyss. The air was thick, choking with despair as memories of our ancestors screamed like banshees in my mind. I remember the lost battles and the blood-stained earth, the echoes of wars fought in the name of vengeance and loss. Each heartbeat resounded like a war drum, a countdown to the inevitable clash between our past and our future. Tartarus loomed ahead, a gaping maw ready to swallow the last remnants of our hope, and I felt the darkness seep into my veins, mingling with fear and resolve. I could almost see my brother's face, twisted in pain but ignited with an unbreakable spirit. "I will find you," I whispered, the promise a thread that would bind us together through the chaos that threatened to tear us apart. And in that moment, the storm roared to life, a cacophony of wind and thunder, an orchestra of chaos announcing the awakening of old horrors. The lineage of Typhon stirred, and Gaia stood at the edge, a solitary monument against the tide, her heart a fortress against despair. We were on the brink, staring into the abyss, and I knew this was only the beginning. The confrontation awaited, a tempest brewing within the depths of our souls, and I could feel it in my bones. The shadows were coming for us all. Thunder cracked through the sky, a shattering roar, echoing through the mountains as the earth trembled beneath the weight of old grudges. I stood frozen, breath caught in my throat, waiting for the storm to break. Around me, shadows danced with a life of their own, whispering secrets of ancient power and betrayal. The Titans, gods before gods, were on the verge of war, and I was trapped in their world, a mere mortal witness to the chaos unfolding. I remember Rhea, her face pale as moonlight, eyes like storm clouds brewing with something dark. She clutched her belly, the weight of her unborn children pressing against her, a reminder of the future she feared might never come. "We can't keep running from them," she whispered, voice trembling like a leaf caught in a gale. "Not forever. They'll find us." Her fears were palpable, a living thing that coiled around us like the vines that choked the ancient ruins, suffocating life with their greed. And there was Cronus, her husband, the once mighty Titan, now a shadow of his former self, haunted by the prophecy that loomed over him like a guillotine's blade. "I will not let them take what's mine," he growled, fists clenched, knuckles white as marble. I could see the madness swirling in his eyes, a tempest of love and terror. He had already swallowed his first children, believing that power lay in the consumption of legacy. But the weight of that choice crushed him, it hollowed him out. He was a king without a crown, a father who had become a monster. "Cronus, please," Rhea's voice cracked like thunder, desperation spilling over. "Your rage will only bring ruin." But her words were lost in the cacophony of gathering storms. Outside, the wind howled like the ghosts of their past, echoing the cries of those who had fallen before them, Titans and Olympians alike, their memories entwined in an eternal dance of despair. I remember the moment when the air shifted, thick with anticipation. The ground trembled as if the very earth itself sensed the reckoning. Titan against Titan. Brother against brother. It was a brutal ballet, and I was but a spectator, eyes wide, heart racing. I felt the electric pulse of fate, the very threads of destiny weaving around us, binding each character in this tragic tapestry, a crumbling edifice ready to collapse. The first clash rang out like a funeral bell, a sound that sliced through the silence. I watched as Cronus charged forward, muscles taut, fury propelling him like a cannonball. His voice, a growl that could awaken the dead, reverberated through the air. "I will not be a prisoner of my own fears." His determination was both beautiful and terrifying, a storm unleashed. I could almost taste the bloodlust, metallic and sharp, rising like bile in the back of my throat. Eternal night settled over the battlefield, the stars dimmed by the shadows of their conflict. The Titans, ancient and powerful, were locked in a struggle that seemed to echo through the ages, a battle not just for power, but for existence. I felt the ground quake beneath my feet, the echoes of their wrath reverberating through my bones. I could almost hear the whispers of the cosmos, teasing, taunting, reminding me of my own insignificance. As the chaos unfolded, I caught a glimpse of Prometheus, the torchbearer, standing apart from the fray. His heart, once bold with dreams of defiance, now lay shattered beneath the weight of his choices. "They'll never forgive me," he muttered to the wind, his voice a sorrowful melody that hung in the air like the scent of rain on dry earth. His eyes, normally alight with rebellion, were dimmed by the guilt of his actions, bringing fire to humanity and sparking a war among the Titans. Each flicker of his gaze told the story of a man caught between love and duty, a tragic hero without a satisfied ending. I remember trembling as the storm grew overhead, dark clouds swirling like the thoughts in my mind. The tension tightened like a noose, threatening to choke the life from the very air around us. There was a time when the Titans ruled, when their laughter echoed through the heavens, but now it was a symphony of violence, a cacophony of vengeance. The cries of the fallen mixed with the haunting silence of what was once sacred, an elegy for a world unraveling. In that moment, I stood witness to the heart of their conflict, the raw human emotions that intertwined with the divine. Cold sweat trickled down my spine as I felt the weight of their legacies pressing down, felt the echoes of their choices resonating in the marrow of my bones. I wanted to scream, to be anything but a bystander in this dance of destruction, but all I could do was watch as the Titans unleashed their fury upon one another. "Rhea!" Cronus shouted, his voice laced with desperation, as he caught a fleeting glimpse of her. You must choose. Stand with me or fall with them. The air crackled, thick with tension, and I could feel the tendrils of fate tightening around us. Rhea's silence was deafening. It was the kind of silence that could shatter mountains, a pause before the storm, a choice that could alter the course of their lives forever. And just as the first bolt of lightning struck the earth, illuminating the horror of what was unfolding, a sliver of hope emerged. No more blood, Rhea's voice rose above the chaos, a beacon in the storm. We are more than this. We are family. Her words, heavy with emotion, hung in the air, a plea wrapped in desperation. But the battle raged on, deafening any chance of reconciliation. The clash of titans echoed into the night, a brutal reminder of the cost of pride and power. Each blow was a heartbeat, each cry a shudder of pain. I could feel the ground beneath me shifting, threatening to swallow me whole, drawing me into the void of their conflict. And in that moment, as the world around me seemed to fracture, I realized that the true war was not just fought with strength but with the fragile threads of love, loyalty, and betrayal, all woven into the very fabric of existence. As the storm intensified, I braced myself for the inevitable. I knew, deep in my heart, that this confrontation would leave scars, and those scars would ripple through time like the tides, unforgiving and relentless. They were titans, yes, but they were also mothers and fathers, lovers and enemies, bound by destiny yet driven by fear. And in this moment, they were more human than I had ever felt, entwined in a tragedy as old as time. I remember, and I can't forget. The shadows thickened, the air crackled with tension, and I stood on the edge of despair, knowing that this was only the beginning. As screams mingled with the thunder, I felt time itself shudder, caught in the throes of creation and destruction, a cycle that would never truly end. And as the sky unleashed its fury, I braced for the next chapter, because the titans, with all their flaws and fears, were far from finished. The darkness was a living thing that wrapped around them like a shroud. Smoke curled upward from what remained of the town square, a twisted skeleton of what used to be. Shadows danced menacingly beneath the flickering street lamps, their light barely fighting against the encroaching night. I stood there, heart pounding, breath hitching in my throat. I could feel something watching, something waiting. The screech of a metal door echoed through the stillness, a haunting sound that split the air like a knife. And in that moment, I saw her, Tara, her face smeared with ash and fear. She was clutching a child, her own little brother, a boy of no more than 6, his eyes wide and glassy, reflecting the chaos around us. He whimpered, and the sound burrowed into my chest, twisting with every pulse of my heart. I remember when laughter filled these streets, Tara gasped, her voice a fragile whisper drowned out by the growl of something unseen. I remember the way the sun used to warm our backs as we played. A bitter smile cracked her lips, and I knew she was fighting against the tide of despair threatening to pull her under. Behind her, the sound of claws scraping against concrete drew me from my thoughts. A figure emerged from the smoke, a monster, hulking and grotesque, with eyes that glowed like coals in the dark. It licked its jagged teeth, each movement deliberate, a mockery of the world that once was. I could feel my own breath hitching in my throat, and I wanted to scream, to run, but something held me there, rooted in place by a primal instinct to fight or flee. Get inside! I shouted, my voice raw and wild, the words tumbling from my lips like stones cast into a churning sea. Tara's eyes widened, the weight of my urgency crashing into her. She turned, cradling the boy closer, and in that moment, I felt the bond between us all, fragile yet unbreakable. We ran. The air was thick with smoke and fear, each step punctuated by the sounds of destruction around us. I could see the remnants of a world that had been broken windows, doors swinging on their hinges, a clock stopped at midnight, its hands frozen in time, just like us. We were entangled in a nightmare, each footfall an echo of our racing hearts. I remembered the stories, tales of monsters that lurked in shadows, waiting for the moment to strike. They were stories told around campfires, meant to scare children into staying close to home. But now, they felt all too real. Each monster represented a piece of us, our fears made flesh, clawing their way into the light. Do you hear that? Tara stopped, her body coiled with tension. The boy's whimper was a ghost haunting us, a reminder of innocence lost. I nodded, straining to hear the rhythmic thumping that echoed through the alleys. It was the sound of something massive, something alive, advancing toward us with a relentless hunger. We ducked into an alley, the darkness swallowing us whole. The air was stale, filled with the scent of decay and desperation. My palms were clammy, slick against the gritty brick wall. I could feel Tara's breath beside me, quick and shallow, and it calmed me, but only for a moment. In the heavy silence, I could almost hear the beating of my heart, each thud a reminder of our fragility. "I can't," Tara's voice broke like glass. She was unraveling, each word a thread pulled taut. "I can't lose him, not like this." Her gaze flickered to her brother, and the weight of her fear settled over us like a lead blanket. But I was spiraling, too. I could see the walls closing in, the monsters not just outside but lurking within us, self-doubt, despair, regret. Each emotion clawed at me, whispering that we were already lost. I was not the hero, I was just as terrified. I was a coward hiding in the darkness, and the monsters could smell my fear. "I remember," I murmured, recalling the stories that brought us joy, the moments that felt unbreakable. I remember summer nights under the stars, the laughter that rang like music. Those memories were my anchor, fragments of light in a world turned to shadow. Suddenly, the earth shook, a thunderous roar erupting nearby. The monster had found us. "Run!" I shouted, the word tearing from me like a desperate prayer. We burst from the alley, throwing ourselves into the open street, the sky hanging low above, a dark blanket suffocating us. The town's heart was failing, and we were racing against the clock. Each tick echoed like a death knell, counting down to our demise. Tara clutched her brother tight, and I felt the weight of their lives resting on my shoulders. I led them through the ruins, past the remnants of our lives, memories flashing before my eyes, laughter, warmth, solace, each one a ghost, whispering promises of hope. But hope felt like ashes in my mouth as I glanced back to see the monster tearing through the remains of our existence, its maw wide, ready to consume us whole. "Don't look back!" I yelled. But I couldn't help it, I had to see. The eyes of the monster glared into mine, and I felt the abyss staring back, as if it could devour my very soul. I knew then, this was not just a fight for survival, it was a battle against the darkness within ourselves, against the monsters we had ignored for too long. And as we ran, breathless and frantic, I could feel the boundaries of our lives fraying. Each pulse in my veins screamed for life, for the warmth of the sun, for laughter instead of screams. We were still here, still fighting. And yet, in the cacophony of chaos, one thought lingered, echoing against the walls of my mind: what happens when the monsters come for you? The night was relentless, the air thick with impending dread. It hung like a suffocating shroud around Typhon, who stood on the edge of a crumbling cliff, staring into the abyss that was the world below. The wind howled like a banshee, carrying with it the voices of those long gone, their whispers gnawing at his sanity. He couldn't remember when he last felt safe, when the shadows didn't creep in on him like a predatory beast. All he could remember was the feeling of cold steel against his skin, the taste of ash in his mouth, and the burning eyes of his mother, wide with terror. "I remember," he gasped, clutching his chest. "I remember the way she screamed when the darkness came." Each word was a tremor, reverberating through the very marrow of his bones, as he fought against the memories that clawed at him like a pack of starving wolves. And then there was Lysandra, his sister, always a step behind, lost in her own labyrinth of dreams. She would stand beside him, her eyes reflecting the moonlight as if she were his only tether to reality. But Lysandra had her own demons, a fragile heart that fluttered like a moth drawn to the flame of despair. "Typhon," she murmured, her voice a soft lullaby against the chaos swirling around them, "is it always going to be like this? The shadows aren't just outside, they're inside me, like a ghost I can't shake." He wanted to promise her it would get better. He wanted to take her hand and leap into the night, to find a world where darkness didn't clutch at their throats. But instead, he turned away from the abyss and stared at his sister, drowning in the depths of her own fears. I remember the way the townsfolk looked at us. They whispered like the wind, their words sharp enough to cut. It was a truth that twisted in Typhon's gut. They were not born of the light, not in a world that worshipped the sun but feared the shadows. he wasn't just a boy standing on the edge, he was a creature born of nightmares, and the townsfolk painted him with their disdain. They'd stop in the streets, casting furtive glances, their chins lifted in cold judgment. "Look at them," they would say, "the cursed children of fate." Yet, Lysandra held on to her dreams, weaving tales of wonder and magic, as if ignoring the reality suffocating them both. "What if we could run away?" she would ask, her voice a bright spark in a dismal world. "What if there's a place where the stars don't hide and we can be free?" Every time she spoke, hope flickered in Typhon's chest, only to be snuffed out by the weight of their truth. "But where?" he would whisper back. "Where can we go when the shadows are all we know?" The questions echoed in the dark, unanswered, hanging like a noose around their necks. The two of them were bound by a fragile thread, a connection forged in shared fear and unspoken love. The thick fog of their reality clung to them, and Typhon felt the chill creeping into his bones. He wanted to be the guardian, a beacon against the encroaching night. But he was just a boy who often dreamed too big and felt too deeply. "I remember," he choked, "I remember the night the fire came. It consumed their home, leaving nothing but charred memories in its wake, a cruel reminder that safety was an illusion woven from ashes. The flames danced like demons, leaping into the air, casting long shadows that swallowed everything whole." He could still hear the screams, the frantic cries of his mother, the desperation that filled the air like smoke. "Typhon," he heard her voice, echoing through the years, "get out! Get out!" But he had been frozen, trapped between the horror of losing her and the instinct to run. The world had transformed into chaos, a twisted ballet of destruction, and he could do nothing but watch. "I remember," the words fell from his lips like a prayer. Each syllable was a shard of glass, digging into his heart. "I remember her eyes, full of fire and fear, before the shadows took her, before they engulfed her whole." Lysandra's small hand slipped into his, grounding him. "We can't let the darkness win, Typhon." She spoke with a conviction that was both a balm and a wound. "We're stronger together." But were they? The question gnawed at him, an insatiable beast. Each night they fought against the unseen terrors, but each night they lost a piece of themselves to the encroaching void. The boundaries between love and despair blurred, a tangled web they struggled to navigate. "Perhaps we can escape," he whispered, the thought both intoxicating and terrifying. "But what if the shadows follow us?" Her eyes shone with a mixture of fear and determination. "Then we fight," she replied fiercely, "even if it means we become shadows ourselves." In that moment, the cliff beneath them felt alive, as if it were pulsating with their fears and hopes. It was a precipice, not just of earth but of fate, dangling between the light they craved and the darkness they knew too well. Typhon slammed his fist against the rock, desperation spilling forth. "I won't let them take you too," he shouted into the void, a promise forged in the fires of anguish. But deep down, he felt the pull of the abyss, the seductive whisper of surrender. It was easier to give in, to let the darkness seep into every crack of his soul. He had tasted despair, and it was familiar, a haunting melody he couldn't escape. Yet, Lysandra stood beside him, her spirit a flicker of light in the enveloping night. And just like that, as the wind howled its mournful tune, they faced the vast unknown together, a fragile bond of hope wrapped in fear. The shadows loomed larger, their breath cold against Typhon's neck, but so did the stars, flickering with a promise yet unfulfilled. As the weight of the world settled on their shoulders, they took a step into the darkness, hand in hand, daring fate to reveal its true face. The echoes of their hearts reverberated in the silence, a rhythm of life and death, light and shadow. The night was far from over, and so was their fight. The thunder cracked like a whip, slicing through the silence of the valley, and for a moment, the world held its breath. The storm was here, an omen of what was to come, and in that pregnant pause, the air shimmered with a tension that was electric, alive. I stood there, a witness to the chaos brewing on the horizon, heart pounding as if trying to escape the confines of my chest. It was then I saw him, Typhon, the embodiment of fury and malevolence, his figure looming like a titan against the darkening sky, shadows dancing around him like specters. I remember the first time I truly saw him, how the moonlight had painted him in shades of silver and shadow, and I felt something shift inside me, a primal fear that was both intoxicating and suffocating. He was monstrous, yes, but it was the complexity of his being that left me breathless. He was more than just a beast, he was chaos incarnate, a tempest of emotions that raged just beneath the surface. And then there was Cassia, her spirit as fiery as the lightning that split the sky. I watched her face twist in a mixture of defiance and dread, the storm reflecting the turmoil within her. She was no stranger to pain, having wrestled demons of her own, loss, betrayal, shadows that whispered in the dead of night. She loved Typhon in a way that seemed both sacred and sacrilegious. To love a creature forged in darkness was to court madness. Yet, she stood firm, arms crossed, a warrior in her own right, even as the winds howled around her, begging her to retreat. "Cassia!" I shouted, my voice nearly swallowed by the storm. "You can't face him alone. He's not what you think." But the words felt feeble against the roaring crescendo of thunder. "I don't care," she screamed back, eyes blazing, reflecting the fury that echoed in the heavens. "He's not just a monster. He's more than that. He's alive." Typhon glanced toward her, and in that instant, the world quieted. The clouds hung heavy, droplets of rain suspended like unspoken words. His eyes, dark as the abyss, held an intelligence that was perilous. He was aware of the weight of their connection, the paradox of their love, a bond that could either save or consume them both. I remember how my heart sank at the truth. Typhon was not just a creature of nightmares, he was a reflection of our own fears, our own sins made flesh. Like a mirror held up to our darkest selves, he was a tempest swirling with the echoes of ancient pain. I saw the way he clenched his fists, the veins in his arms bulging with a mixture of rage and sorrow. He didn't want to be a monster. He wanted to be understood, to be embraced, but the world had only offered him scorn. The air thickened with sorrow as a flash of memory struck me. Typhon, a child once, perhaps, with laughter bubbling on his lips, before life's cruelty twisted him into the harbinger of despair he had become. I wondered if he remembered those fleeting moments of innocence, or if they had long been drowned beneath the waves of his own ferocity. "Why do you fight?" Typhon's voice rumbled, a low growl that shook the very ground beneath us. "Why do you cling to the light when all I have ever known is darkness?" Cassie faltered, her fierce exterior cracking ever so slightly. "Because we all deserve a chance, Typhon. You don't have to be what they made you." The storm intensified, rain cascading around us like a curtain, but in that vulnerable moment, I saw something shift in Typhon's expression, fear, regret, a flicker of hope. It was chilling, the kind of hope that could ignite a war or soothe a soul. Time felt suspended, every heartbeat echoing in the silence, a countdown to what would either shatter us or bind us together in some unholy union. And then, the moment shattered. With a roar that split the air, he lunged forward, the ground trembling beneath his weight. I could feel Cassie's resolve harden, her fingers trembling as she brandished the knife she had taken from the hearth, its blade glinting in the dim light. It was absurd, the way she stood before a creature made of nightmares, a fragile human against the storm. "You'll regret this," she cried, and her voice was both a challenge and a plea. Typhon stopped, mere inches from her, the chaos of the storm swirling between them. His breath came in heavy gusts, and for a heartbeat, I thought they might collide, two forces of nature locked in an eternal struggle. There was something almost beautiful in that moment, the poetry of their conflict, the rawness of their emotions laid bare. I remember the tears mingling with the rain on my cheeks, a reminder of the fragility of life, of love, and the choices we make. The storm raged on, but it was the battle within them that truly held my breath captive. "Do you think love can save me?" Typhon whispered, voice cracking like thunder, and in that moment, I knew we were all standing on the precipice, teetering between destruction and salvation. Cassia stepped closer, heart pounding like a drum in the silence. "Love is messy, Typhon. It doesn't always save. It just exists, like you." The words hung heavy in the air, an unyielding truth that wrapped around us like the storm. Time stretched, the world around us faded, and for a moment I was lost in the vastness of it all, the cosmos swirling in a dance of light and darkness, where hope and despair entwined like lovers. I could see it in their eyes, the yearning, the pain, the glimmer of understanding that could either bridge the chasm between them or tear them apart. The storm rumbled on, a ghostly witness to their struggle, and I stood frozen in that moment of uncertainty, knowing full well that the next heartbeat could shatter everything. And in that breathless silence, with the weight of the world hanging in the balance, the true essence of Typhon pulsed around us, a complex tapestry of fear, rage, and heartbreaking beauty, a force of nature that demanded to be felt, understood, and ultimately embraced. The air crackled with tension, thick and suffocating, as the sun dipped behind jagged peaks, casting long shadows that seemed to whisper secrets of betrayal. I felt it, the pulse of a world on the brink. The ground trembled beneath my feet, not just from the weight of the Titans rising, but from the agony of hope snuffed out. A distant scream echoed through the valley, a voice that could have belonged to anyone I knew or loved, a voice that sang of desperation and despair. I remember when the skies were clear, when the gods played games with stars and whimsy reigned in Olympus. Now, the heavens were a brooding canvas, streaked with dark clouds that rolled like a storm of grief, as if the universe itself mourned what was to come. I was here, caught in this fraying moment, staring down the yawning chasm of what felt inevitable. Some would say I was a fool for standing when chaos beckoned. But here I was, in the eye of the storm. And then there was Talia. Her eyes, once full of fire, now glimmered with uncertainty, like embers fighting against the suffocating ash. I could see the conflict within her, a tempest raging beneath the surface. She had once been the song of rebellion, her laughter a melody that ignited our spirits. Now, standing beside me, breathless, she clutched the hilt of her blade, knuckles white, as if it was the lifeline tethering her to the world. I wanted to reach out, to reassure her that everything would be all right, whatever that meant in a place where hope was as fleeting as the light of day. But all I could manage was a nod, the gravity of our shared fate anchoring me in silence. "Do you think they'll come for us?" she whispered, her voice quaking, barely above the howling wind. There was a tremor in her words that shook me more than the ground beneath us. "They'll come," I replied, my heart slamming against my ribs, each beat a countdown. "They have to." And then there was Orion, a giant of a man, with shoulders that bore the weight of worlds. His past was a tapestry of battles fought and hearts broken, a history he wore like armor, tarnished but unyielding. He stood near the edge, gazing into the abyss of the valley below, where the silhouettes of our enemies morphed and twisted, a dark tide ready to crash upon us. He was a walking contradiction, strength embodied, yet haunted by an inner anguish that left him tethered to the ground, roots entwined in fear. "I remember the day we thought we'd won," he muttered, his voice a gravelly echo. The sun shone like a beacon. We raised our swords in triumph. And now, he paused, swallowing the bitterness that rose like bile. "Now we're the ghosts of our own victories." I wanted to tell him it wasn't over, that we could fight back, that we had to. But the truth clawed at my throat, a bitter lump. The gods had tilted the scales too far this time, and we were mere pawns in their twisted game, our lives for their amusement. The very thought was enough to make me sick. The wind howled, a chilling scream that carried the scent of rain and something else, something iron, something foul. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand, a primal instinct urging me to run. But where would I go? The city was a mass grave of dreams, a place where laughter once echoed in the streets, now silenced by the weight of despair. Every corner held memories that cut deeper than any blade. "They're coming," I said, breaking the silence that threatened to consume us. The words fell heavy, dragging down the air between us. Talia's grip tightened, her resolve flickering like a candle in the wind. "Then we fight," she murmured, almost to herself. It was a declaration, a spark in the dark, but I could see the doubt in her eyes, the flicker of fear that danced alongside her courage. It mirrored my own uncertainties, a reflection too painful to bear. And Orion, with the weight of 1,000 battles etched into his skin, turned to face us. "Fight or die," he said, his voice a solid rock amidst the chaos. "No other option exists." But what did that really mean? I glanced at the horizon, where shadows loomed larger, grotesque figures marching toward us, their purpose clear. They were monsters, yes, but we had birthed them. We had fed them with our fears, our sins, and our betrayal. The world we had known was bleeding into a new chapter, one filled with darkness and dread, a tale woven with the threads of our own making. I could hear the pounding of drums in the distance, the war drums, or perhaps the heartbeat of the earth itself, urging us forward even as it threatened to swallow us whole. Every beat resonated within me, a reminder of the fleeting moments we had, moments of laughter, of love, of life unshackled by fear. And yet, as I stood there, the weight of our reality pressed in, a vice threatening to crush our spirits. Together, I said. We face them together. The words felt weak and fragile, but they were all I had to offer. I wanted to believe in the power of unity, in the strength of our bond forged through fire and pain. But as I looked into the eyes of my companions, I saw the reflection of an unspeakable truth, a truth that had haunted us for longer than we dared to admit. We were warriors, yes, but we were also terrified children, clutching at the remnants of dreams turned to ash. And as the shadows grew closer, I felt the weight of the cosmos bearing down on us, the stars above weeping for what was to come. The darkness was not just an enemy, it was a mirror, reflecting our deepest fears, our regrets, and the ghosts that lingered, uninvited, in the corners of our minds. I remember the moment when the world tilted, when innocence shattered like glass beneath the weight of our choices. The Titans were no longer legends, they were our fate, and in their rebellion lay the promise of chaos. With every passing moment, the air thickened, charged with the electricity of impending confrontation, of dreams clashing against the jagged edges of reality. And as I stood there, heart racing, breath hitching, I realized that the stage was set, and there was no turning back. The Titans were rising, and we would either find our strength or be consumed by the very darkness we had created. The echoes of our past were about to collide with the weight of our future, and in that clash, I felt something stir within me, a flicker of defiance. We would fight. Even if it felt like we were grasping at shadows, we would rise together against the tide. But the price? The price would be steep, and we were already standing on the precipice, ready to leap into the unknown. And that was when the world began to change, when everything I thought I knew crumbled, leaving only the raw, unfiltered emotion that surged through me, fear, hope, resolve, and above all, the undeniable urge to survive. The stage was not just set, it was a battlefield, and the Titans were about to awaken. The temple loomed, a shadow against the dying light, the air thick with tension. It crackled, as if the very fabric of the universe held its breath. I stood at the edge, heart pounding like a war drum, every beat echoing the chaos that churned within. I could smell the heat of battle lingering in the air, charred stone and the distant metallic tang of blood mixing with the earthy scent of damp earth, a reminder of the lives teetering on the brink of obliteration. Zeus, the vengeful god, wielded his lightning with ferocity, the sky above swirling like an angry ocean. I remembered the nights he sat alone, staring at the stars, longing for a world that felt broken, even to him. That longing twisted his heart, igniting something primal, a tempest brewing behind his storm blue eyes. They think they can overthrow us, he roared, voice reverberating through the twilight. Flashes of lightning illuminated the faces of his allies, warriors forged in the fires of their own despair, each one holding onto a flicker of hope that had long since dimmed. Hera stood beside him, poised yet trembling. I could see the fractures in her resolve. She had loved him once, fiercely, but his betrayals gnawed at her heart, turning affection into a weapon. "Is this what you want?" she whispered, the words choking in her throat. "To destroy all that we have built." Her fingers brushed against the dagger at her side, a symbol of her own power and her own pain. She was fierce, but buried deep was a regret that clawed at her insides, a silent scream echoing in the void. I could sense the pull of their shared history, a tapestry woven with love, betrayal, and unspoken words. Yet here they stood, on the precipice of annihilation. Each clash of thunder was an argument, each flash of lightning a memory ignited. I remembered my own struggles, the times I felt torn between desire and duty. It was the same relentless tug that pulled at them, a cosmic game where the stakes felt impossibly high, and yet, so utterly trivial. The ground shook beneath my feet as the Titans surged forth, dark figures emerging from the shadows, their eyes glinting with malice. Cronus led them, the father of the gods, betrayed by his own progeny, and filled with a rage that sparked like wildfire. "You think you can defy your blood," he bellowed, voice like thunder, echoing the very chaos he sought to unleash. "You are nothing without us." I felt a pulse of fear shoot through the air, strong enough to break the heart of the bravest warrior. Each Titan bore the weight of their own failures, their own heartbreaks, and those burdens made them terrifyingly human. The battlefield became a theater of their souls, each clash and shout a desperate plea for validation, for recognition, for love that had once been lost in the void of time. "Zeus!" Hera cried, her voice cutting through the din. "This isn't just about power. It's about what we've lost." An ache filled her, a mixture of love and anger that threatened to consume her whole. I could see it in her eyes, the flicker of hope that had long since faded, the flicker that begged for connection even as the distance grew. Every heartbeat echoed louder now, drowning out the chaos. I could feel my breath hitch in my throat, the weight of despair wrapping around me like a shroud. The Titans charged, and I swear I could see the shadows of their past flickering around them, ghosts of those they had wronged and lost, haunting them like a relentless specter of regret. And then there was Prometheus, caught in the crossfire of loyalty and rebellion. I watched as he stepped forward, defiance radiating from him, a flicker of life amidst the darkness. "You cannot win," he whispered, yet his voice trembled. "The hearts of mortals will always rise against tyranny." Deep down, he understood the futility of fighting time, yet here he stood, ready to face the inevitable. I remembered how he had defied the gods to gift fire to humanity, how that single act had chained him to anguish for eternity. It echoed in my own life, the scars of passion, betrayal, and sacrifice. Everyone had something to lose, yet the hope of something greater held them together. The battlefield erupted, a cacophony of clashing wills and shattered dreams. It was a dance of fury and desperation, an orchestration of heartbreak that played out before my eyes. Zeus unleashed his wrath, but in each bolt of lightning, I could see the flicker of doubt. "Is this what I've become?" he seemed to ask. "Is this the legacy I wish to leave?" Hera's heartache fueled her determination. "Fight for love," she shouted, even as she wrestled with the ghosts of their past. "Remember the moments that brought us together." A tear glistened on her cheek, a testimony to the weight of their shared history, the laughter and the fights that had forged their bond into something unbreakable. The Titans fell, one by one, but their darkness lingered, a shadow that refused to dissipate. I felt the world shift, the air thick with the scent of loss and regret. Each Titan fell not just from power but from the very essence of their being, the love they had lost, the hope they had shattered. Time itself felt like a breath held too long, a moment stretched into eternity. As the final clash rang out, Hera and Zeus stood together, eyes locked, the storm within them calming just enough to let clarity seep in. It was a moment suspended in time, a silent realization that life was not merely a battle of gods and titans but a struggle for connection, for love, for understanding. And just when it seemed they were about to grasp that elusive truth, the ground trembled once more. Shadows began to rise, not just from the defeated titans but from the very fabric of existence, ready to reclaim the throne of chaos. I felt a chill as the air thickened, heavy with the weight of destiny, every heartbeat a countdown to what was yet to come. The battle had ended, but the war was far from over. A shiver ran through me, and I knew this was just the beginning. The Olympians may have risen, but they were about to face something far more terrifying than they could ever imagine. The storm crackled in the air, dark clouds swirling like angry spirits above the crumbling ruins of Olympus. The earth trembled beneath Typhon's feet, a monstrous titan, scales glinting like shattered glass under a bruised sky. He could feel the pulse of the mountain, the ancient rock thrumming with both fear and ecstasy. This was his moment, his ambition gathering energy like a thunderstorm, threatening to unleash chaos on the world of the gods. I remember the taste of rain, sharp and metallic, as I stood there, heart pounding, muscles coiled like springs ready to snap. My breaths came shallow, fear clawing at my throat. Around me, the air crackled with tension. Gods once feared, now trembling, their laughter fading into whispers. They were scattered across the sky, like stars about to be extinguished. "You think you can challenge us?" A voice, slick with arrogance. "Zeus." I could feel the heat of his fury. "But Typhon?" He only grinned, a terrifying, expansive smile. Flames danced in his eyes as he raised his arms, the tempest swirling around him like a lover in a wild embrace. "I am not just a storm, I am your reckoning," he roared. The echoes of his voice vibrated through the cosmos, slashing through the chests of the gods like a knife. They had underestimated him, dismissed him as a fragment of nightmare. But here he was, a living nightmare, rising from the remnants of forgotten promises. And there stood Echidna, the mother of monsters, her heart entwined with his in a web of shared ambitions and fearsome love. I could see the uncertainty in her eyes, a flicker of doubt that cut through the storm like a knife. "Typhon," she called softly, as if to pull him back from the edge of madness. But he was a whirlwind, an unstoppable force. "You must focus." "They will come for us," she whispered, the words thick with worry and a strange, fierce pride. But Typhon, lost in the wildness of his ambition, merely laughed. That laugh, a sound both intoxicating and horrific, drowned out the warning in her voice. The gods above were gathering their strength, their luminous forms shimmering like dying embers in the wind. "Let them come," he shouted, his voice booming through the storm. "Let them come and witness their demise." Echidna turned away, her heart a symphony of worry and resolve, the kind that gnaws at your soul. I felt her pain, the weight of love that dared to challenge the unforgiving cosmos. "And if you fall," she murmured, the question hanging heavy in the air, a ghostly echo. "What then?" It was a question that carried the burden of their shared existence, a question that reached deep into the marrow of their beings. But Typhon was consumed now, entranced by the fire of ambition. "I will not fall," he declared, every word a promise, every syllable a betrayal of the very soul he was forging with Echidna. I could feel her heart break like a rift in the reverberating air. The dichotomy of faith and despair, of love becoming an anchor, dragging them both down. Suddenly, the wind shifted. A herald of doom, the Olympians had descended, their wrath igniting the skies. I could see them, glimmering outlines against the storm, a battalion of fury, vengeance carved into their features. Athena, wise yet terrified, her heart heavy with the knowledge of the impending calamity. Ars, brimming with bloodlust, a wolf ready to leap. And at the center, Zeus, his eyes crackling with fury, a living tempest of thunder and wrath. "Typhon!" Zeus bellowed, each syllable a spear. "You dare to defy us?" The air thickened with tension, a palpable force that clawed at the skin. It was as if time itself held its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash of titans, the shattering of bonds that had withstood the tests of eternity. In that moment, I remembered the stories, the whispered tales of ambition, of dreams that twisted into nightmares. I remembered the echoes of the past, the fall of empires, the rise of the forlorn. I stood there, frozen in time, witnessing the collision of monstrous ambition and divine order. "Let the skies bleed," Typhon roared back, undeterred, the fury of his voice resonating like a war drum. He was a force of nature, a primordial scream against the tyranny of the divine. But Echidna, torn between love and fear, took a step forward, her voice trembling. "Typhon, listen," but he raised his hand, silencing her with a fierce gaze that cut through her vulnerability. It was a moment heavy with the weight of choices unmade, of paths diverging in a dark forest of uncertainty. "I will not be shackled by your fears, my love," he hissed, each word slicing through the charged air. And then it happened, the sky erupted, a cacophony of thunder and fury, the first blow struck. An explosion of divine energy cascaded down, a blinding light that swallowed everything in its path. I saw Typhon brace himself, muscles taut like the string of a bow, preparing to unleash hell. I could feel the world tremble beneath the weight of their impending clash. The storm was just beginning, and the storm would sweep us all away. All around me, shadows flickered, whispers of fate swirling in the chaos. I was a spectator to their unraveling, caught in the grip of fear, the thrill of chaos. The gods were ready to fight. Typhon was ready to rage. And all that lingered was an unspoken question: who would survive the storm? The sky roared. Time fractured. The divine order hung in the balance, and the world trembled, waiting to see who would emerge from the ashes of ambition. A single drop of rain fell from the sky, a lone tear weeping from the heavens, splattering against the cobblestones of an ancient city. It was the first sign of the storm. Thunder rumbled like the growl of a beast awakening from slumber. I stood there, heart racing, breath caught in my throat, the air thick with the scent of impending chaos. Lightning cracked the sky, illuminating shadows that danced around me, whispering secrets of despair and defiance. Each heartbeat echoed like a war drum, setting the rhythm for the storm that was brewing, a storm that could swallow Olympus itself. I remember the way Sarah's hands trembled as she clutched the worn pages of our battle plans. Every line marked with ink felt heavy with hope and dread, a fragile thread binding us to a future we could barely envision. "We can't sway them, can we?" she whispered, her voice barely a breeze against the howling wind. Her eyes, those deep pools of determination and fear, pleaded for reassurance. I wanted to tell her we could, that we were the fire that would scorch the heavens, but the truth lay heavy on my tongue, a rock lodged in my throat. Oliver stood nearby, his back to us, hands shoved deep into the pockets of his tattered coat. He was always the quiet one, the thinker. But that day, he was a volcano simmering beneath a fragile crust. "They're gods," he said, each word a hammer strike against the anvil of our reality. "How do you fight something that doesn't bleed?" His voice trembled with a mixture of rage and hopelessness, the raw emotion twisting like a knife in my gut. The weight of his surrender hit me like a punch, the knowledge that belief could crumble like brittle parchment under pressure. The storm loomed above, swirling clouds churning like the chaos inside me. I thought of the nights spent mapping a path to Olympus, the hours filled with laughter turned to ghostly echoes, visions of a battle that felt both distant and inevitable. "I remember the stories," I said, my own voice breaking the tension, "the way heroes fell, and how legends were born in blood and fire. But legends were easier to conjure than reality." As the wind howled like a banshee, I felt it, the rush of memories, the bittersweet taste of dreams unmade. My mind flickered back to my childhood, when I'd run through the streets with dreams of grandeur. I'd imagined myself atop a throne, ruling with wisdom and mercy. But innocence shattered, replaced with the jagged edges of survival. "We are not gods," I murmured, "but we can be something more." In that moment, the air thrummed with tension, the atmosphere a thick fog of despair and determination. Each breath felt like an anchor, grounding us in this swirling chaos. If we fail, Sarah's voice was a ghost, floating between us as if afraid to settle. Her words hung heavy, the truth of failure a spectre looming in the shadows. I reached out to her, my fingers brushing against hers, a spark igniting between us, a bond forged in shared fear and fierce hope. As the first heavy raindrops began to fall, I could almost hear the heartbeat of the earth beneath us, its rhythm sinking to our fear and resolve. Thunder roared, and for a moment, I thought I heard a voice, a whisper in the storm, a call to arms. It was a reminder of the lives we had lost, the friends turned to memories, each face a flicker in the storm of our minds. I thought of the dreams we carried, the weight of our failures, the pain of our past. Each soul lost burned like a candle in the darkness, and we were the ones left to light the way forward. "Let's gather the others," I said, the words spilling from my lips like a promise. "We need to build our forces, ignite the fire of rebellion." The storm outside roared in approval, the wind howling through the streets as if urging us on. We were not alone, we were a constellation of broken stars, flickering against the vast darkness of despair. The urgency of our mission thrummed in my veins as I pushed through the crowd of our allies, each face shining with the glow of defiance. I saw the fear etched into their features, but beneath it lay a flicker of hope, a spark waiting to be ignited. We were not warriors, not in the traditional sense, but we had something they didn't, heart, a fierce yearning to reclaim what was lost. As I glanced back at Oliver and Sarah, I saw something shift in their expressions. It was a fragile flame, a blend of fear and unyielding strength. Together, we were building an army of shadows, a force that would rise against Olympus, a tide of humanity surging against divinity. The storm raged above us, a tempest that mirrored our growing resolve, and I felt the pulse of the universe aligning with our intentions. I remember the sound of our footsteps echoing in the alleys, the thunder of our hearts drowning out the chaos around us, a haunting symphony that pushed us forward. Each voice we gathered, each hand we clasped, was a thread weaving a tapestry of rebellion against the divine. We were not merely fighting against the gods, we were carving a place for humanity, a stand against the tide that sought to drown us. The storm became more than just weather, it was a reflection of our fury and our hope. I could feel it swelling, each gust of wind lifting us higher, igniting the fire within. We were an unstoppable force, fragile yet fierce, each moment a heartbeat closer to confrontation, the anticipation crackling like static in the air. The gods had underestimated us, mistaking our fear for weakness. They would learn soon enough that we were the storm, the gathering force against Olympus, and we would not waver. As I looked at my friends, my heart beat a frantic rhythm, a drum echoing the call to arms. Together, we would face the tempest, our voices rising above the storm, a chorus of defiance that would shake the very foundations of Olympus. The skies darkened further, but within me burned the light of resolve, unquenchable, unyielding, a fire that would not be extinguished. We moved forward, a shadow against the storm, ready to face whatever lay ahead, knowing that the gathering storm was just the beginning. The air crackled with an unnameable energy, thick and electric, like the moment before a storm bursts forth. Shadows stretched unnaturally across the cobblestone streets of Eldamore, where every heartbeat felt like a countdown to a calamity none could escape. I stood at the heart of the dying town square, the ancient clock tower tolling a haunting 8, each chime resonating through my bones, a grim reminder of the hour that loomed ahead. Nearby, the murmur of townsfolk echoed like distant thunder, heavy with dread and whispers of the prophecy. Old wives, their eyes clouded with fear, clutched at worn amulets, their gnarled hands trembling as they spoke in hushed tones, weaving threads of despair and doom. I couldn't help but feel the weight of their words, pressing down on my chest, squeezing out any hope I dared to cling to. Kai stood beside me, his once bright eyes dulled by the inevitability that hung in the air. The boy was a warrior, or at least he had been, until the prophecy had stolen his fire. "This isn't how it ends," he said, but his voice wavered, as if he were trying to convince himself more than me. I could see the flicker of uncertainty behind his bravado, the boy still trapped within the man, fighting against the shadows creeping into every crevice of his heart. And then there was Lyra, a fierce spirit whose laughter had once filled the air like music. Now, she stood at the edge of the crowd, her fists clenched tightly, nails digging into her palms as if to anchor herself against the swirling chaos. "You wouldn't understand," she snapped at Kai, her voice a razor's edge, cutting through the growing despair. But I could see the truth swimming just beneath her surface, an anger that masked the fear clawing at her insides, a fear that mirrored my own. I remember the day we first heard the prophecy, the dusty scroll unfurling in the hands of the soothsayer like a dark flower blooming under a bleak moon. "From the ashes of despair, a battle shall rise," she had croaked, her voice like rusted iron grating against the air. "The sky will weep, and the earth shall tremble. Blood will stain the fields of Eldamore." We had laughed then, a nervous chuckle shared among friends, brushing off the warnings as mere tales spun to frighten children. But now, as I stood in the square, surrounded by flickering torchlight and the scent of damp earth, I could feel the ground shifting beneath us. A palpable tremor of fate vibrated through me, resonating with the beat of the clock. Time was running out. "I remember," I whispered, my voice lost amidst the gathering storm. "I remember when we thought we were invincible." The laughter of our youth echoed like ghosts, haunting the very air we breathed. We had been foolish, oh so foolish, to believe we could outrun destiny. Kai stepped closer, the heat of his anger mingling with my own, a fire fighting against the encroaching darkness. "We can still change it," he insisted, but even as he spoke, his gaze drifted, tracing the shadows that danced ominously at the edge of the square. "We have to believe." Lyra turned her gaze toward the horizon, where the sun dipped low, splashing the sky with hues of crimson and gold, colors that felt like a cruel joke against the backdrop of our impending doom. "Believe," she scoffed, her laughter bitter. "What good is belief when the stars themselves conspire against us?" A silence fell between us, heavy and suffocating. It wrapped around my throat like a noose, squeezing tighter as the weight of our reality settled in. The townsfolk began to gather in clusters, their faces pale and drawn, eyes wide with a mix of fear and anticipation. We were all specters of the same haunting, caught in the web of fate with no escape. The first shouts came from the edge of the square, a scream that sliced through the air like a blade. "They're coming!" A figure stumbled into view, wild-eyed and gasping for breath. "The shadows! They're here!" Time fractured then, splintering like glass, each second stretching, warping, morphing into an eternity. The ground shook, not from the footsteps of an approaching army, but from the collective heartbeats of the crowd. A symphony of fear and defiance played, a cacophony that echoed in my ears, drowning out all rational thought. I grasped Kai's arm, feeling the tension coursing through him, the unyielding desire to fight back against the tide of darkness. "What do we do?" My voice cracked, a whisper barely audible above the rising panic. "Fight," he said, and though his voice shook with uncertainty, there was a fierceness in his eyes that ignited a flicker of hope within me. But Lyra shook her head, tears glistening like stars in the depths of her gaze. "Fight what?" she cried, her voice breaking under the weight of despair. "We don't even know what we're facing." And there it was, the truth that hung like a noose. We were unprepared, standing on the precipice of annihilation, each of us grappling with our demons, fear, uncertainty, and the chilling realization that sometimes, belief alone wasn't enough. A distant rumble echoed through the air, a harbinger of doom that sent shivers racing down my spine. I could feel the presence of something ancient and unforgiving looming over us, a dark specter that promised to engulf Eldamore. I could see it now, the shadows stretching and twisting, coiling like serpents ready to strike. Together, I breathed, clutching the hands of my friends, feeling the warmth of their loyalty against the cold reality we faced. We face it together. But as the first figure emerged from the darkness, cloaked in shadows and malice, I realized that togetherness alone might not be enough. A primal scream erupted from the depths of my soul, not just a call to arms, but a scream of desperation, echoing through the hollow night. And as the battle loomed ever closer, I knew this was only the beginning, a cruel prelude to the chaos that awaited us. We stood on the edge of something monumental, the clock ticking ever louder, each tick a reminder that time was running out. In those fleeting moments, as hope and despair collided in a chaotic dance, the prophecy whispered in the wind, weaving a tapestry of fate that bound us to the shadows, making it impossible for us to turn back. The battle was not just against the darkness, it was against the very essence of who we were, our fears manifesting into a reality we could no longer deny. And so we stood, trembling yet resolute, hearts racing, breaths shallow, ready to face whatever came next in this twisted fate we had unwittingly embraced. The stage was set, and the curtain was about to rise on our darkest hour. The air crackled, a raw electricity that surged through the atmosphere, burning bright and cold. I stood in the shadows, heart pounding, as the earth trembled beneath me. The sky split open, a rift of darkness, and from it emerged the figure of Typhon, a monstrous silhouette against a backdrop of swirling chaos. He was a titan of rage and despair, with serpentine coils spiraling from his back, a dreadful sight that turned the very heavens to ash. I remember the moment vividly, the way the world held its breath, a collective gasp shared among the trembling masses. Fear seeped into my bones, and every instinct screamed to run, yet curiosity held me in place. This was no ordinary night, this was a reckoning. At the heart of this maelstrom was Zeus, king of the gods, his face set in stone, eyes blazing like twin suns. I could see the anguish etched into his features, a mixture of sorrow and determination that made my chest ache. He was my father, and in that moment, I felt the weight of his legacy. The people of Olympus, once unyielding, now quaked at the sight of Typhon, a creature born of darkness, fury, and the very essence of nightmares. The ground beneath us split, fissures crawling like restless serpents, and I clutched the earth, feeling its pulse, a heartbeat of fear, of hope, of an impending doom. "Face me, Typhon!" Zeus roared, his voice a thunderclap that echoed through the ether. It reverberated within me, each syllable a reminder that power comes with a price. I remembered the stories, the way the winds whispered of his strength and the oceans bowed to his will. Yet as he stood there, unyielding, I saw the flicker of doubt in his eyes, an acknowledgement of the monster who had come to claim his throne. This was not just a battle of might, it was an emotional tempest, a clash of souls. Typhon's laughter boomed, a sound that twisted my stomach into knots. "Your reign ends tonight, father of gods," he taunted, and in that moment, I felt the chill of betrayal. Typhon was a brother, a son of Gaia, cast aside, and somewhere within that darkness lay a truth that made my heart ache. Was he truly evil, or was he merely a reflection of the pain we had inflicted upon him? The thought lingered, heavy, as the air thickened with tension. Lightning struck, illuminating the chaos of the battlefield. I could see the faces of the assembled deities, fear and uncertainty carved into their features. They were warriors, yes, but also family, and I remembered the laughter shared over feasts, the warmth of camaraderie that once bound us. Now, we stood divided, on the precipice of destruction, torn between love for our father and the horror of a sibling lost to madness. I felt tears prick my eyes as I clutched a memory, a dream of simpler days, long before shadows consumed us. "Help me," I whispered to the winds, though I knew they would not answer. I felt small in that moment, a child amidst titans, wrestling with the enormity of our shared history. The cosmos trembled, stars blinked out one by one, as if the universe itself mourned the impending clash. And yet, deep within me, a fire ignited, an ember of defiance that surged through my veins. "We are more than this," I thought, grasping for words that would not come. Zeus charged forward, fists clenched, but Typhon met him with a wave of scaled fury. The earth shook under the weight of their conflict, rocks splintering like brittle bones, and I felt the sheer force of their clash resonate within me. I watched as they collided, one, a beacon of hope, the other, a storm of despair. The ground split, a gaping chasm that yawned like a void, ready to swallow us whole. Time itself felt suspended, a cruel trick as I stood powerless, caught in the eye of this cataclysm. "Father!" I cried, torn between the instinct to run and the desire to stand by his side, to defy the darkness that sought to consume him. But as I surged forward, ready to join the fray, a burst of energy knocked me back, the sheer force of their clash reverberating through the air like a funeral dirge. In that moment, I remembered everything, the laughter, the joy, the dreams woven into the fabric of our lives. The memories coiled around me like a protective shroud, and I began to understand the fragility of existence. We were not just gods, we were flawed beings shaped by our choices, haunted by our past. With each heartbeat, I felt the weight of those choices pressing down upon us, a reminder that love can be both a sanctuary and a prison. Yet even as the battle raged, I yearned for connection. I wanted to bridge the chasm between Typhon and Zeus, to reach into the abyss and pull back the remnants of a fractured family. I could sense the raw pain emanating from Typhon, a desperate longing for acceptance that had twisted into wrath. "You don't have to do this," I shouted, my voice wavering, echoing into the void. But my words barely fluttered in the storm. Zeus faltered, and in that fleeting moment, I saw the flicker of hope, perhaps a realization that love could conquer even the darkest of fears. But it was swallowed whole by the fury of Typhon's next strike, a torrent of rage that sent shockwaves through the very core of the earth. I staggered, breathless, the air thick with the scent of lightning and ash, and I felt the walls closing in. This was not just a fight for dominion, it was the embodiment of our greatest fears, our deepest scars laid bare. I could taste the bitterness of regret, the sharp pang of loss, and I realized that this confrontation was not merely about gods clashing but about the very essence of what it meant to love and to lose. I could feel my heart pounding, a mad drum echoing in my chest, and I understood that the outcome of this battle would reshape our world forever. As the shadows deepened and the night thickened with foreboding, I braced myself for the storm, every fiber of my being screaming for resolution. My soul hungered for peace, a whisper of hope amidst the chaos, but I knew, deep down, that this was just the beginning. The confrontation loomed over us, a specter of inevitable fate, and I clung to the frail threads of my own conviction, vowing to fight for love, for family, no matter the cost. The wind howled, a banshee cry that tore through the night, rattling the very bones of the earth. I stood on the precipice of the cliff, heart pounding like a war drum, watching the storm churn beneath me. Lightning split the sky, illuminating the shadows that danced in the dark. In that moment, the world held its breath, a pause pregnant with foreboding, as if time itself had decided to peek through the veil of reality and witness the chaos that was about to unfold. I remember the taste of salt on my lips, the scent of damp earth mingling with the weight of impending doom. The others were there, Cassandra, fear etched on her face like a scar, her fingers twitching as if they could weave spells from sheer desperation. And then there was Marcus, his bravado a fragile veneer, cracking under the pressure of the storm. He was the warrior, or so he liked to think, yet here he stood, trembling in the face of Typhon's wrath. I could see it in their eyes, the same flicker of doubt that gnawed at my own gut. We'd come here seeking answers, but the winds whispered only of ruin. They were Typhon's chthonic allies, swirling darkly around us, promising our demise. The air crackled, thick with the weight of our fears. I could almost hear the thunder echoing the heartbeat of the earth, a sinister rhythm, a countdown to calamity. Cassandra stepped closer to the edge, her silhouette outlined by the jagged lightning. "We can't turn back now," she said, her voice barely rising above the tempest. It was brave, but her eyes betrayed her, widened with the realization that we were mere playthings in a game far beyond our understanding. "I remember," I whispered, though I couldn't tell if I was speaking to her, to Marcus, or to the furious storm. "I remember the legends. They said Typhon would rise again, that the winds would carry his wrath. It was a tale my mother told me as a child, a bedtime story meant to scare me into submission. But here, it was more than a fable, it was a premonition. Legends don't control our fate, you fool." Marcus shouted over the roar of the wind. His bravado cracked under the weight of his own arrogance, revealing a boy beneath the armor. I wanted to comfort him, to say we'd find a way out, but the truth lay like a stone in my throat. The winds were alive, howling with the laughter of ancient spirits, and we were trespassers in their domain. The earth trembled beneath my feet, each pulse a reminder of our fragility. I felt it then, a shift in the air, a cold caress that sent shivers down my spine. Shadows unfurled around us, grotesque figures birthed from the storm, each one a memory of loss, of fear, of forgotten hopes. They swirled like the fog rising from the abyss, whispering promises of power and despair. Cassandra screamed, an unearthly sound swallowed by the wind, and I turned to see her fall to her knees, hands pressed to her temples as if trying to stave off an invasion of thoughts too dark to bear. "They're coming for us," she cried, agony lacing her words. I wanted to reach out, to pull her from the brink of madness, but I was rooted, paralyzed by the sheer magnitude of our situation. Marcus, in a moment of reckless courage, charged toward the shadows, fists raised against the void. "You won't take us," he roared, but the words were swallowed by the wind, devoured like ash in a fire. I wanted to scream at him to stop, to come back, but the echo of his challenge felt like the last gasp of sanity tethering us to reality. Then the wind shifted, becoming a cacophony of laughter and screams intertwined, a symphony of the damned. And there it was, the tempest itself, an embodiment of chaos that rose from the depths of the earth, a figure wreathed in storm and shadow. Typhon! I felt the air thicken, suffocating, as if the very atmosphere conspired against us. I remember, I thought again, the fear that gripped my heart when I first heard of him. The tales of destruction woven with threads of awe. But now, faced with the reality of his presence, those tales felt absurd. I had expected a monster, a creature of nightmares, and what I saw was far worse, a reflection of our own fears and failures incarnate. Cassandra, still kneeling, looked up, eyes glistening with unshed tears. "What do we do?" she whispered, her voice trembling. The winds howled louder in response, a cruel reminder that no answer would come from them. I felt an urge to comfort, to hold her and promise that we would be okay. But the truth hung heavy between us. We were not okay. We were marionettes dancing on strings pulled taut by a malevolent force. Marcus returned, breathless, his bravado replaced by a shadow of defeat. "It won't listen to reason," he panted, desperation clawing at his throat. "We need a plan." But in that moment, it felt futile. The winds were the plan, the chaos their design, and we were mere players in a game whose rules we did not understand. We stood there, the three of us, braced against the storm, fighting against the current of despair that threatened to drag us under. I could feel the air vibrating with the weight of our choices, the shame of our failures, the desperation of our dreams. Each heartbeat echoed with the haunting truth: we were not strong enough, not brave enough, to confront the depths of our own darkness. And still, beneath the chaos, there was a flicker, a memory of hope. I could see it in Marcus's eyes, in Cassandra's clenched fists, in the way we stood together, defiant against the storm. The winds howled, but within that cacophony, there was a whisper, a reminder that even in the depths of despair, we were still alive, still fighting. We were the storm, too, a tempest of our own making, and together we could face whatever Typhon and his chthonic allies unleashed upon us. But first, we had to find our voices amid the chaos, to reclaim our strength from the shadows that loomed all around us. The winds promised a confrontation, a reckoning that would test the very core of our souls. And as I stood at the edge of the cliff, I felt the storm swirling within me, urging me to rise. The night was thick with anticipation, an electric pulse that shot through the air like a promise and a threat all at once. Beneath a sky that churned darkly, with clouds pregnant with the weight of unseen storms, two forces loomed, Titans and Olympians, destined to collide. The ground trembled as if the earth itself was holding its breath, waiting for the first blow to shatter the eerie calm. I could almost taste the adrenaline, metallic and sharp. Somewhere in the distance, a lonely owl hooted, its cry swallowed by the impending chaos, as if it too sensed the doom lurking just beyond the horizon. I stood there, heart racing, caught between two worlds. A titan named Cassia, her fury as fierce as the lightning that crackled above, fist clenched so tightly that her knuckles turned white. She was a force of nature, a tempest trapped in a mortal frame, and tonight, she was ready to unleash her rage against the Olympians who had betrayed her. Every breath she took was a declaration, a silent scream against the injustice that had carved deep lines of sorrow into her young face. "Do you remember?" she whispered, the words slipping through gritted teeth. "Do you remember when we were a family? When the Titans were not just shadows lurking in the past?" Her voice shattered the stillness, an explosion of raw emotion, echoing in the vast emptiness. I remembered the laughter, the soft glow of sunset over Mount Arthries, the way we danced under the stars, free from the shackles of fate. But that was gone, replaced by a gnawing emptiness that clawed at our souls. And then there was Lyra, an Olympian, her heart heavy with the weight of betrayal. A flicker of doubt crossed her features as she stood side by side with her brethren, golden armor glinting, reflecting the anguish in her emerald eyes. "Cassia, please," she implored, voice quaking, "this isn't the way. We can find another path." Lyra was torn, a thread stretched dangerously thin between loyalty and compassion. She had watched the Titans fall, one by one, swallowed by the shadows of a past they could not escape. Each memory of her sisterhood felt like a dagger twisting further into her gut. "I remember," she started to say, but the words caught in her throat like a fish struggling for air. Their eyes locked, a moment of silence that felt like an eternity, rich with unspoken history. I could feel my heart sinking with the rhythm of their breaths, the two forces spiraling ever closer, bound by a past they both wanted to escape and yet couldn't forget. The tension was visceral, a taut string ready to snap at the slightest touch. This was not just a battle of strength, it was a clash of ideals, of memories, of love turned to bitterness. In the shadows, the air rippled as figures emerged, an army of Olympians, marching with precision and purpose, each footfall a drumbeat of impending doom. The clash of metal on metal rang sharp in my ears, the weight of the world hanging in the balance. I watched as Cassie's expression hardened, a wildfire igniting in her chest. "They think they can erase us," she spat, voice low and dangerous. "But we are the storms they fear, the night that engulfs the sun." The first strike came like a thunderclap, Cassia charging into the fray with a ferocity that stole my breath. She was a whirlwind, each blow she landed sending shockwaves through the ranks of Olympians who had once been her kin. I felt the heat of her fury, a palpable force that ignited the air around us. Her flaws became her strengths, her anger a weapon more potent than any sword. "Remember our dreams," Cassia shouted, throwing herself into the chaos, fists flying. "Remember what we fought for." She was lost now, swallowed by the adrenaline, the need to prove that Titans weren't just relics of a forgotten era. I could see her spirit flaring bright, but beneath it lurked a deeper, darker fear, a fear of being truly alone, of never belonging again. The Titans had held her heart once, but now that heart beat heavy with the weight of betrayal. And there was Lyra, caught in the storm, heart racing as she dodged blows from her own family, each clash echoing with the memories they once shared, sweet laughter now transformed into screams of war. "Cassia," she cried out, desperation flooding her voice. "We can be more than this. Please?" But her pleas fell like raindrops on parched earth, unheard in the cacophony of war. The air crackled with energy, each heartbeat a countdown to something irrevocable. I could feel the ground shake beneath me, the tremors of their shared history colliding with the present. The Titans and Olympians danced on the edge of chaos, every strike a moment caught in time, echoing with forgotten dreams and fractured promises. "Do you remember?" Lyra whispered to herself, her voice barely a breath amidst the chaos. "We were supposed to be together." The memories flooded her, bittersweet visions of childhood laughter, of running through fields under golden sunlight, now mere shadows in a world bent on annihilation. Each clash of steel was a haunting reminder of what was lost, of what could never come back. Then it happened. The sky ripped open, the heavens unleashing a torrent of rain, each droplet mixing with the blood on the ground, a cosmic judgment, a sign that fate had come to collect. The battlefield transformed into a stage of nightmares, the cries of warriors rising like the wails of the damned. I stood paralyzed, caught in the eye of the storm, heart pounding in rhythm with the chaos surrounding me. There, in that blinding moment, as lightning illuminated the faces of the combatants, I saw it, the truth of our existence laid bare. The Titans were not just the aggressors, they were the forgotten, the ones who loved too fiercely, too well, and had been cast aside by those they had once called family. The Olympians, with their golden glories, were not without pain either, each strike a reminder of the sacrifice, the burden of loyalty. And as the battle raged on, I could feel it, a shift, a realization that echoed through the air, binding them in ways they could never have foreseen. Their histories intertwined like vines, choking the light but also offering the promise of something new. Would they break the cycle, or would they be forever doomed to repeat the sins of their past? The storm rumbled on, the night stretching into eternity, but the question hung there, heavy and unyielding. I felt it in my bones, a prelude to something monumental. The clash of Titans and Olympians was not merely a battle, it was a reckoning, a moment when the universe held its breath, waiting for the next heartbeat to break the silence. The ground trembled beneath a bruised sky, a bruising silence lingering in the air, thick as fog. I stood there, heart pounding, each beat echoing like thunder in the aftermath of a battle that shook the very foundations of existence. I remember the cries of the fallen, the hollow laughter of the victorious gods, their faces twisted with the ecstasy of power. The Titanomachy had ended, but the echoes of its violence still clawed at our souls, whispering resentments and vengeful dreams. It was at that moment, amidst the ashes of betrayal, I saw Ilara, her eyes, once bright as stars, now dimmed by the weight of grief. She knelt, hands trembling, sifting through the charred remnants of what had been her home. Her fingers brushed against a scorched doll, its fabric blackened, a mangled remnant of innocence lost. I remember the way she cried, soft at first, like the tentative trickle of water in a drought, but then it surged, crashing against the shores of despair, a waterfall of sorrow flooding the ruins. "They took everything," she wailed, her voice slicing through the silence with a jagged edge. It was a desperate howl, a guttural plea that resonated with the very essence of loss. Beside her stood Kalos, the once mighty warrior, now reduced to a shadow of himself. I saw the flicker of rage in his eyes, burning like a distant star that refuses to die. His fists were clenched, knuckles white, as he stared at the horizon where the Titans had once ruled, giants of wrath and regret. "They will pay," he murmured, the promise slipping through his lips like a venomous serpent. "They will regret the day they thought they could destroy us." There was a madness in his voice, a tempest brewing behind the calm exterior. I could feel his pain, could sense the storm raging beneath the surface, and it terrified me. And so, we existed in that moment, tangled in a web of shared grief, resentment wrapping around our hearts like a vice. I remember standing there too, feeling the weight of their anguish pressing down on me, a crushing reminder of my own failures. I should have been stronger, should have fought harder for them. Instead, I had watched as the Titans fell, one after another, their roars silenced by the thunder of divine wrath. But the gods, in their victory, had sown the seeds of something far more sinister, a hunger for revenge that seeped into the very soil of our lands. Ilara looked up at me, tears streaking her soot-stained cheeks, searching for solace. "What will we do now?" Her voice was fragile, the question hanging in the air like a specter. The uncertainty clawed at my insides. I could see her fear mirrored in Kalos's eyes, their souls desperately seeking a flicker of hope amidst the encroaching shadows. But hope felt like a cruel joke, a distant memory fading into oblivion. I remember the nights that followed, the haunting stillness of our settlement, broken only by the rustling of leaves that whispered secrets of the past. I lay awake, thoughts spiraling like a whirlwind. Time felt like a cruel illusion, the hours stretching into eternity, each tick of the clock a reminder of our fleeting existence. I could almost hear the distant laughter of the victorious gods, their mockery echoing in my mind like a ghost refusing to be laid to rest. I often drifted into dreams filled with shadows of the Titans, their colossal forms looming over me, eyes burning with a smoldering intensity. They weren't defeated, they had merely retreated, plotting, waiting, their vengeance painting the skies crimson. I could feel Elara's touch in those dreams, a feathery brush against my arm, pulling me back into the realm of the living. "We must fight," I whispered to her, a desperate plea against the backdrop of despair. "We cannot let their shadows consume us." As the days turned to weeks, the resentment grew, festering like a wound that refused to heal. Kalos became a warrior once more, forging weapons in the dying light, each blow of his hammer a declaration of war against the gods. He was driven, like a moth drawn to a flame, his fury igniting a fire in the hearts of others. I remember standing by him, watching as he transformed, a storm brewing in his chest, his laughter tinged with madness. "To slay a god is to claim our freedom," he would shout, and the others would nod, their eyes alight with the fever of rebellion. Yet, in the stillness of the night, I often found myself drawn back to Elara. She would sit by the flickering fire, her gaze lost in the embers, as if seeking solace in their glow. I would approach quietly, careful not to disturb the fragile peace she had found. "What do you see?" I would ask, my voice barely above a whisper. She would turn to me, tears glistening like stars on her cheeks. "I see the past and the future, intertwined," she would reply, her voice a haunting melody. "I see the ghosts of those we lost, and the shadows of those who will come." Her words clung to me, a bittersweet reminder that the cycle of vengeance was unbreakable. I could feel it, a pulse beneath the surface, a restless tide threatening to drown us all. The stark contrast of our emotions, Kalos's fiery wrath, Elara's sorrowful introspection, created a tension that crackled in the air, an electric anticipation of what was to come. It was inevitable, though. The remnants of our shattered world were calling, beckoning us toward the edge of oblivion. As I stood on the precipice of our choices, I felt the weight of destiny pressing against my chest, a reminder of the choices we had yet to make. The Titans were not gone, they were lurking, biding their time, waiting for the moment when the darkness within us would consume our very souls. And so, we stood there, caught in the web of our own making, the promise of revenge swelling like a storm on the horizon. The clock ticked on, each second a heartbeat, each heartbeat a reminder of our fragility. I remembered the power of our shared pain, the way it bound us together even as it tore us apart. We were warriors, yes, but we were also lost souls fumbling in the dark, grappling with ghosts of our pasts, and the shadows of our own making. The sky above roiled as the first spears of dawn broke, casting light on our faces. It was a new day, a new beginning, but I could feel the weight of the past pressing down on us, a ghost we could never escape. The Titans would rise again. And so would we. The night was a canvas of chaos, painted with the cries of the earth itself, a symphony of destruction reverberating through the air. The ground shook violently beneath our feet, like a wild beast thrashing in its death throes. I stood there, breath caught in my throat, heart racing, enveloped in fear so profound it suffocated. Shadows twisted like angry spirits, flickering in the firelight, each one a ghost of a life once lived. I remember that moment. I remember the smell of smoke and ash, the taste of dread on my tongue, a metallic sharpness that lingered long after the screams faded into the night. Typhon was unleashed, a tempest raging not just in the heavens but within our very souls. Behind me, Meris clutched her sister's hand as if it were a lifeline. I could see her fingers trembling, a fragile bird caught in a storm. "We can't stay here," she whispered, her voice barely a thread above the roar. "We have to move." But where? The world had become a hellscape, the air thick with despair and madness. Typhon's laughter echoed in our ears, a maddening symphony that drowned out reason. I turned my gaze toward the horizon, where flickers of lightning illuminated the monstrous figure, a being of rage and vengeance, towering above the ruins of our once peaceful existence. What had we done to awaken this wrath? The question gnawed at the edges of my sanity. I remembered the stories, the whispers of ancient gods and their fury, but those were fairy tales, weren't they? Yet here we were, caught in a living nightmare, and the weight of the truth pressed down on me like the crushing hand of fate. Typhon! I screamed, though I wasn't sure if I was challenging him or begging for mercy. The winds roared in response, and in that moment, I felt small, insignificant against his unleashed fury. Meris's sister, Lila, was the brave one. Her voice cut through the fear like a blade. If we don't confront him, we won't survive. We have to fight. The firelight danced in her eyes, a fierce spark that ignited something deep within me. But I felt anchored by doubt, heavy chains of uncertainty binding my feet to the charred ground. Fight! I scoffed, bitterness bubbling up inside me. With what? Our hands? Our hopes? The absurdity of it all struck me, a dark humor rising from the abyss of despair. I can barely fight my own shadows. But Meris, her fear morphing into fury, stepped forward. We have no choice. If we turn our backs now, we're as good as dead. We owe it to everyone who's fallen. Her eyes blazed with determination, and I felt a flicker of hope ignite within me, though it was fragile, like a match flickering in the wind. The darkness around us thickened, twisting with shadows, and I thought of all the lives Typhon had consumed, all the dreams crushed underfoot. My heart twisted in my chest, memories of laughter, of love, now reduced to echoes in the chaos. But what if we lose? I asked, my voice trembling. What if we don't? Meris shot back, her spirit unyielding. I could see the fire in her eyes, burning brighter than any flame, and that flame ignited my own resolve. We owe it to them to try. And then it hit me, the reality of our plight, the weight of our decisions. We were standing at the precipice of despair, but perhaps, just perhaps, we could turn the tide of fate. I couldn't let fear dictate my life any longer. The thought exploded within me like a supernova, illuminating the darkness. In that instant, I felt the ground tremble beneath us again, but instead of fear, it was a battle cry. As Typhon's fury unleashed its wrath upon the world, I felt a surge of something primal, a fierce determination that coursed through my veins like wildfire. We fight! I shouted, my voice rising above the chaos, echoing through the night. We fight! Meris and Lila stood beside me, united in our defiance. The shadows around us morphed into forms of hope, a whisper of resilience, a promise that we would not go quietly into this night. We would stand and roar against the tempest, not just for ourselves, but for those who had been lost, those whose dreams had been swallowed whole by this monstrous rage. The air crackled with electricity, the night an unforgiving witness to our resolve. I felt my heart pounding, a war drum beating in time with the chaos, and every heartbeat led us toward our confrontation. The sky darkened, a cloak of doom wrapping around us, but within that darkness, we found our light. And then, there he was, Typhon, a swirling storm of fury and vengeance, looming above us like the end of all things. His eyes were the color of a stormy sea, and in them, I saw the weight of countless souls, a hunger, a longing for destruction. But we were not mere pawns in his game. We were warriors, fierce and undeterred. Together? I shouted, my voice rising above the din, and with those words, I felt the weight of our determination coalesce into something tangible. We charged forward, the night alive with our fury as we faced the storm, the shadows flinging themselves away from us, trembling at the might of our unity. We would not bow. We would not break. In that moment, we became more than just flesh and bone, we became a force, an unleashed fury of our own, ready to challenge the wrath of the world. Each step echoed like thunder, each breath a declaration of our existence, our refusal to surrender. And as we moved forward, the air shimmered with potential, the weight of the universe pressing against our shoulders, yet lifting us higher than we had ever dared to dream. The battle was only beginning, but for the first time, I felt the intoxicating thrill of defiance coursing through me, raw, unfiltered, and breathtakingly alive. The clash of titans awaited, a confrontation steeped in destiny, and as we surged toward Typhon, I couldn't help but wonder, would chaos consume us, or would we rise from its ashes, reborn and unyielding? The answer lingered in the air like the taste of promise, tantalizing and terrifying, drawing us ever closer. In this storm, we would find ourselves. The air crackled like static, a charged moment hanging between breaths. Shadows danced wildly as gusts of wind whipped through the jagged cliffs, each howl echoing the low, guttural growl of something ancient and unspeakable lurking just beyond sight. The earth trembled beneath our feet, a warning, a promise, that something primal was awakening. I remember the way my heart thundered, the pulse in my throat nearly choking me, as if it, too, could feel the terror that was Typhon. I stood beside Alazia, her hands trembling as she clutched the hilt of her sword, eyes wide, flickering with both fear and determination. She was never one to back down, the fierce warrior spirit burning brightly even in the face of apocalypse. Yet, beneath her bravado, a crack of doubt marred her resolve. What if he's too powerful? She murmured, voice barely a whisper against the wind, yet the weight of her fear crashed around us like waves against the shore. I wanted to reassure her, to tell her that we had faced beasts before, that courage was our armor. But the truth was smothering, curling around my throat like a vine squeezing the life out of me. Typhon was something else entirely. Legend spoke of his body, an abomination woven from nightmare, 100 limbs resembling grotesque serpents, each one infused with venom and wrath. I had read of his eyes, glowing like red-hot coals, igniting the darkness with malevolence. I thought of my younger brother, a gleeful child with dreams of heroism, now lost to the abyss of despair. The thought clawed at my insides, a reminder of what was truly at stake. Stay close, I advised, my voice stronger than I felt. But the tremor beneath my words betrayed me, and Alazia flinched. There was no time for the doubts we harbored to grow roots, no time for the ghosts of our past to haunt us. The earth shook again, a harbinger of the chaos that was about to burst forth. In the distance, a figure loomed, massive and formless against the clouds, shifting and churning like a dark storm unspooling from the very fabric of the universe. I remember the moment he emerged. Not a gradual unveiling, but a violent eruption from the earth, a convulsion of shadow and fury. Typhon's very presence seemed to stretch the air thin, creating a suffocating silence, broken only by the cracking of stones as he approached. Each step was a symphony of destruction, a cadence that drummed against the primal fear thrumming in my veins. The scent of sulfur filled my nostrils, mingling with the tang of sweat and dread pooling in the pit of my stomach. With each passing heartbeat, I felt the pull of despair clawing at my sanity. Could we stand against this abomination? The very embodiment of wrath? The memories of my brother's laughter echoed hollowly in my mind, a cruel contrast to the reality unfolding before us. I was supposed to protect him, I had promised. Yet here I was, standing at the precipice of doom, grappling with the shadows of my failures. I glanced at Alazia again, her gaze locked onto Typhon, a tempest of emotion swirling within her. They all came flooding back, the laughter shared over campfires, the warmth of camaraderie forged in the heat of battle, and the painful silence that grew between us after he was lost. She had fought for him, for us, yet now, faced with the beast that had stolen so much from us, I saw the flicker of doubt reflected in her eyes. She was not just a warrior, she was a friend, a sister in arms, yet the fear of losing her, too, was an ache I had buried deep. Alazia, I said, but the words caught in my throat. What could I say? That we could win? That our bond was stronger than the very fabric of fate? The truth was, all I could offer was my presence, a tether in this tempest of horror. As I stepped forward, I felt the chill of despair settle in the pit of my stomach. The beast howled, a sinuous noise that echoed through the mountains, reverberating through my bones. It was a call to the darkness, a beckoning to the fallen. A heartbeat passed, then another, and with the next, Typhon lunged. The ground split beneath us as he surged forward, a whirlwind of chaos, a cacophony of destruction. I remember the heat of his breath, fetid and rancid, washing over me as I raised my sword, a mere twig against the tempest. Time fractured, vivid glimpses of the past danced in my mind, my brother's smile, Alazia's fierce determination, the warmth of bravery wrapped around us like a familiar cloak. But now? Now, it was as if the cosmos had realigned, each second stretching and warping in the face of this terrifying beast. I felt the weight of the universe pressing down on me, the echoes of countless souls lost to darkness thrumming in my heart. Fear was a cold blade, twisting in my gut, urging me to falter, to turn and run, but I pushed it aside. This was not just my fight, it was Alazia's, and the memories of those we had lost. They were the fire igniting our resolve. I gripped my sword tighter, and for the briefest moment, I saw the same determination flicker in Alazia's eyes, an ember of hope in the abyss of despair. It wasn't just about survival, it was about defiance against the shadow that sought to engulf us. In that moment, a surge of emotion swelled within me, a potent cocktail of rage, fear, and the desperate desire to protect what remained. As Typhon lunged again, the world around us dissolved into chaos, a surreal tapestry of sound and fury. Shadows twisted, and for an eternity, time seemed to suspend. The beast was upon us, and there was no escape. I could feel the heat radiating from his monstrous form, the darkness seeping into every crevice of my soul. But within that moment of terror, I remembered. I remembered the laughter, the camaraderie, and the spirit of resilience that thrummed through us like a heartbeat. We were not alone. We were not defeated. As the monster charged, I took a breath, and with it, I felt the weight of our shared memories rallying behind us, a relentless tide against the impending storm. And in that heartbeat, the confrontation began, a clash that would echo through the ages, a battle against the very embodiment of our fears. The air crackled with an electric tension, a foreboding whisper that curled around the edges of the town like a serpent, ready to strike. Shadows lurked in the dimness, twisting and writhing as if eager for the night to spill over into chaos. Somewhere a distant howl echoed, a call that sent a shiver racing down the spine of anyone who dared to listen. In this moment, fear hung thick as smoke, curling into lungs, twisting hearts into knots. It was the kind of night that warned of a storm, but rain was the least of their worries. Celia stood at the edge of the old graveyard, her heart drumming a frantic rhythm in her chest, the sound amplified by the silence around her. She could feel the weight of the moon on her shoulders, heavy and watchful, as if it knew the secrets buried beneath the gravestones, secrets she was beginning to understand too well. The chill nipped at her skin, not from the cold, but from the dread that wrapped around her like a shroud. She had come seeking answers, but all she found was the gnawing sensation that time was running out. "Celia!" The voice came like a ghostly echo, sharp with desperation. It was Finn, his breath coming in ragged gasps as he stumbled into the clearing, eyes wide and haunted. "We need to go. They're coming." The urgency in his voice flickered like a flame, pulling her deeper into the looming darkness. "Finn, wait," she pleaded, but he was already moving, leading her away from the graves that whispered of the past and into the chaos of the present. Together, they dashed through the tangled underbrush, the sound of their hurried footsteps mingling with the distant roars of something monstrous and unseen. Monsters, indeed. The very myths they had only exchanged in half-hearted stories were now clawing their way into reality. In the shadows, the air shifted. Celia could feel it, something sinister, lurking, hungry. Her mind raced, memories of their childhood tales flooding back. "They were just stories," she murmured, mostly to herself, but Finn caught the tremor in her voice. "Stories that are coming to life," he spat, his frustration spilling over like a dam breaking. "You think I wanted to believe that? You think I wanted to see what I saw?" The blood, the screams, his words faded, swallowed by the encroaching night. Celia's heart ached with a raw vulnerability as she thought of the others, those they had lost, the friends who had believed in the myths only to become their first victims. Each face flickered in her mind like a candle sputtering in the wind. "It can't end like this," she whispered, the words tasting of desperation. "We can't let them win." Finn's eyes softened for a fleeting moment, revealing the boy she had grown up with, the one who had always been her shield against the cruelties of the world. "Celia, you don't understand. They're not just stories anymore. They're united. They're stronger than we ever imagined." His gaze drifted to the horizon, where shadows gathered like a storm cloud, ready to unleash hell. "Then we fight," she declared, the weight of her resolve settling around her shoulders like armor. She She felt the pulse of something ancient and fierce awaken inside her, a power she didn't know she had. "We fight together." But Finn's fear was palpable, a tangible thing that wrapped around them, binding his thoughts and constricting his throat. "Together? You think harmony will save us?" They've been waiting for this moment, Celia. Monsters and myths don't play nice. They are not here for a dance. His voice cracked, revealing the essence of his turbulence, the struggle between hope and despair. "I remember," Celia said, the memories flooding back uninvited. "I remember the stories. I remember the way the moon shone down on us as we laughed, how we believed we could conquer anything." She could feel the weight of time pressing against her, the ticking clock of their reality echoing in her ears. The small joys felt like ghosts now, fading into the encroaching darkness. Finn took a step closer and she saw the tears glimmering in his eyes, reflecting the moonlight like shattered glass. "I don't want to lose you, Celia. I can't bear it." His voice was a mere whisper, a confession stripped of bravado. "I don't want to lose you either," she replied, their hands finding each other in the darkness, fingers intertwining like the roots of ancient trees. The connection sparked something between them, a fragile thread of hope that pulsed with a fierce intensity. "But we can't let fear win. We have to trust in the fight, in ourselves. We have to call upon the myths." As if summoned by her words, a howl ripped through the trees, a spine-chilling sound that echoed with death and despair. The shadows crept closer, twisting into shapes that defied reason, a nightmare spilling into the world, hungry for chaos. Finn's grip tightened, nails digging into her skin as fear threatened to unravel him. But Celia stood firm, the ancient strength coursing through her veins. "We are not alone," she declared, her voice growing stronger against the darkness. "Together, we conjure what we believe. Let them come." With that, the weight of their doubts fell away, replaced by a fierce determination. They would not go quietly into the night. They would rise, drenched in the stories of old, the echoes of warriors forgotten but never truly gone. As the shadows surged forth, the night erupted with a cacophony of clashing forces, the clash of myth against reality, heart against fear, and the flickering light of hope against an encroaching darkness. The conflict was escalating, and with it, the promise of things long buried beneath the earth began to awaken. What lay ahead was uncertain, the path shrouded in the mist of the unknown, but hand in hand, Celia and Finn stepped forward into the abyss. Each heartbeat echoed with a relentless truth: they would face the monsters, summon the myths, and in doing so, perhaps rewrite their own ending. The air crackled with tension, thick as the smog that clung to the ruins of what was once the noble city of Olympus. The walls, once gleaming in the sun, now loomed as skeletal shadows, whispering tales of despair and courage. The sky was bruised, a cacophony of dark clouds swirling like the thoughts in Cassia's mind, each one a tempest threatening to swallow her whole. She stood at the edge of the precipice, heart pounding, as the cries of the dying echoed through the stone corridors. "I remember," she breathed, her voice barely a whisper, carried away by the wind. "I remember the laughter, the feasts, the way we danced under the stars." Each memory was a ghost, haunting her, reminding her of the joy that had been snatched away. Yet here, in this moment, laughter was a distant memory, drowned beneath the weight of war. Through the haze, she saw him, Typhon, the harbinger of chaos, a titan whose very name sent shivers down the spines of gods and mortals alike. His form was a mass of swirling storms and jagged lightning, an embodiment of fury that seemed to consume the very air around him. And yet, beneath that monstrous exterior lurked a mind sharp enough to slice through the hearts of the brave. He had a plan, a strategy that made Olympus tremble. "Hold the line!" Ars shouted, his voice a fierce roar that crackled like the thunderclaps above. His eyes, usually fierce with the thrill of battle, now betrayed a flicker of doubt. He was a god of war, yet even he felt the tremor of fear threading through his veins. "We cannot let him breach the citadel." Cassia could see the strain in his posture, the way his fists clenched, a symphony of strength and vulnerability. He was not just fighting for the city, he was fighting for her. But the weight of his resolve was almost too much to bear. Ars had always been the warrior, the champion, but now, she saw the cracks in his armor, the hesitation that made him human. "I remember," she murmured again, the words clawing at her throat. The first time you saved me from my own recklessness. The memory flooded back, vivid and painful, a tapestry of laughter that belied the chaos now unfolding. But even those sweet recollections had turned bitter. And now we're here, at the edge of oblivion. Beyond them, the ground trembled. Typhon surged forward, a wave of darkness crashing over Olympus, a living nightmare that twisted the air into a grotesque parody of beauty. He was more than a titan, he was a tempest distilling every fear, every sorrow that had ever lived in a heart, boiling them down to a single, potent terror. When he roared, it was a sound that resonated deep within Cassia, a primal echo of every heartache she had ever endured. Our strategy is simple. Typhon's voice boomed, each syllable slicing through the air with an icy clarity. Watch as your gods crumble, as I pull apart the very fabric of Olympus. Fear wrapped around Cassia's chest like a vice. She felt it constricting her breath, turning her resolve into dust. But she fought against it, against the instinct to hide, to shatter like glass under pressure. Ars, she called, voice breaking. What do we do? What can we do? But it was not Ars who answered. It was Athena, stepping forward, her presence a sharp contrast to the chaos. He plays with shadows, she said, her voice steady and cold, like the steel of a blade. We must become the light. Cassia's heart thundered in her chest. Light. The very concept seemed impossibly distant. How do we become light when we're surrounded by darkness? We unite, Ars replied, fiery resolve burning in his eyes. We stand together, as one. But even as he said it, Cassia could see the doubt flaring in his expression. What was the cost of unity? Would it split them apart? Could they truly be the beacons of hope when the storm raged outside? The sky cracked above them, an ominous reminder of Typhon's wrath. Cassia felt her skin prickle, the air thickening with dread. I remember, she closed her eyes, willing the memories to strengthen her. The warmth of Ars' hand clasped in hers, the laughter shared over meals, the dreams whispered under moonlit skies. I remember what we fought for. And in this moment, the words ignited a spark. Ars, sensing the surge within her, drew closer, his eyes fierce and unwavering. Then let's remind Typhon of what we are capable of. We are not merely shadows. We are gods. An electric tension hung between them, a fragile thread of hope straining against the weight of despair. Cassia looked into his eyes, searching for the courage she needed, and found it reflected back at her, a flicker of belief, raw and unfiltered. Together, she vowed, and with that word, the atmosphere shifted. As Typhon surged forward, the earth quaked beneath him, and the sky burned with rage. Cassia could feel the weight of the world on her shoulders, a gravity that threatened to pull her into the abyss. But she would not yield. She would not break. The battle erupted, a maelstrom of light and darkness colliding. Cassia charged with Ars at her side, the echo of their hearts a war drum, pounding against the chaos. Each step felt electric, a heartbeat in the thick of a brewing storm, where lightning danced around them, illuminating their determination. And in that moment, amidst the chaos and despair, she felt alive, alive in a way that transcended fear, a wild, primal surge echoing through her bones. It was more than survival, it was purpose. It was defiance against the darkness that sought to claim them. But Typhon was strategizing, his eyes cold and calculating. You think unity can save you, he sneered, his voice a bitter wind. Watch as I unravel this fragile alliance. Cassia could feel the impending doom, the gnawing sensation that this was only the beginning of a nightmare that would not easily end. But as she stood there, surrounded by her fellow gods, all determined to fight, she realized something profound. They were more than just isolated beings, they were a constellation of hearts, burning bright against the encroaching darkness. And just as quickly as that realization settled in her soul, the air shattered around them. Typhon's laughter echoed, a haunting symphony that wove through the fabric of Olympus, penetrating every heart with dread. This was just the beginning, the siege of Olympus was upon them, and they had no choice but to face the storm. With a deep breath, Cassia gripped Ars' hand tighter, the electricity of their union a defiance against the tide. She would not let fear consume her, she would not let it extinguish the light they fought to protect. Together, they would rise against the tempest, their hearts beating as one, echoing the age-old promise: love, in its purest form, was the greatest weapon of all. The clock's hands ticked ominously, a custodial reminder of what lay ahead. Shadows stretched across the cobblestone street, fingers of darkness curling around the corners of the crumbling buildings like the gnarled hands of the long dead. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth, mingling with something sweeter and more sinister, a promise of blood. I stood there, heart racing, as the whispers of the crowd wrapped around me, clinging to my skin like the damp chill of the night. I remember the moment I first saw her. A flash of crimson amid the grey, her dress billowing like a flag raised in defiance against fate itself. Ilara, fierce and fragile, with eyes that burned like stars, holding her own against the encroaching darkness. She was a warrior clad in hope, but I could see the cracks beneath her surface, the way her lips trembled, how her breath hitched as she cradled the memory of loss. Her brother, a ghost in her mind, lingered just behind her eyes, a spectre of the life once lived. "Do you hear them?" she asked, her voice a fragile thread, easily swept away by the wind. "The ones who demand sacrifices? They think we are nothing but pawns." The intensity of her gaze pierced through my resolve, igniting a fire that flickered in the pit of my stomach. I nodded, though my throat felt like it was closing in on itself. The whispers had grown louder, an unsettling chorus that echoed through the streets, a relentless reminder of our mortality. We were nothing more than fleeting shadows, a heartbeat in the endless expanse of the cosmos. But in that moment, standing with Ilara, I felt the weight of our shared existence, two mortals grasping at meaning in a world that seemed hellbent on snuffing us out. Then there was Lysander, a man consumed by the abyss of his own making, each step a burden, each breath a reminder of the mistakes that weighed heavy on his soul. I could see it etched across his face, the lines of regret and fury coiling together like a tempest. He clenched his fists, knuckles white, the tremor in his hands betraying the storm raging within. "We can't just stand here," he growled, the words spilling from his lips like venom. "We must act, before they take everything from us." I could feel the tension crackling in the air, the electric charge building between us. Ilara's determination clashed with Lysander's desperation, a volatile cocktail of emotions that threatened to erupt into chaos. I found myself caught in the middle, a reluctant mediator between their opposing forces. My own fears bubbled beneath the surface, festering like a wound that refused to heal. I wanted to scream, to tell them both how lost I felt, how hopeless the path ahead seemed, but all I could manage was silence. The crowd swelled, a living entity pulsing with anticipation, faces blurred in the dim light. I felt their fears, their desires, coiled tightly within me. They were ghosts of their own making, carried by dreams that danced dangerously close to nightmares. I remembered the stories told by the fireside, tales spun of gods and monsters, and how they manipulated us, mere mortals, to serve their whims. And there we stood, caught in the web of it all, the threads of fate woven tighter with every tick of the clock. Ilara stepped forward, her resolve crystallizing like ice beneath the crushing weight of despair. "We can't let them win," she pleaded, her voice rising above the din. "We must unite, become something greater than ourselves. They depend on our fear, our division." Her words ignited something deep within me, a flicker of hope that cut through the dread, a fragile light against the encroaching darkness. But Lysander's laughter was a bitter balm, dark and hollow. "Unity? With what? Our broken hearts and shattered dreams? They'll feast on our desires like vultures on carrion." His cynicism hung heavy in the air, a reminder of the distrust that festered in the edges of our lives. I could see the truth in his eyes, the shadows of betrayal and loss that danced like phantoms, yet I could also see the flicker of something more. A desperation for connection, a plea for understanding masked by bitterness. Can hope be born from fear? Can strength emerge from pain? As I stood there, I felt time slip through my fingers, the moments stretching like taffy, each heartbeat echoing in the silence. I remembered my own ghosts, the faces of those I'd lost, and the weight of their absence pressed down on me like a tombstone. I wanted to reach out, to connect, to weave the threads of our separate struggles into something larger than ourselves, but doubt gnawed at the edges of my resolve. Ilara turned to me, eyes wide and shimmering like the night sky. "We have to decide," she said softly, the weight of her gaze anchoring me. "Will we be their puppets? Or will we rise, fight against the dark, and forge our own destiny?" In that moment, clarity pierced through the chaos. I felt the tide of emotion swell within me, pulling me toward a precipice. I remembered the dreams I held close, the moments I wanted to seize before they slipped away. "We fight," I said, the words tumbling out, fierce and unyielding. "Together. We fight." The crowd erupted, a wave of fervor crashing against the walls of despair. The darkness that had loomed overhead retreated, if only for a brief moment. And though I felt the tremors of fear still gnawing at my insides, I also felt something else, a shared heartbeat, a collective pulse that thrummed beneath our skin. We were mortals, yes, trembling against the vastness of the cosmos, but in that moment, we were alive. And alive meant we still had a choice. I remember the taste of iron on my tongue, the rush of adrenaline surging through my veins as we prepared to confront the shadows. The night stretched before us, a canvas painted with uncertainty and fear, yet within that darkness, we began to carve our own story, a tale of defiance, of fractured souls coming together, drawn together by the very threads that threatened to tear us apart. And as the clock continued its relentless ticking, I knew this was only the beginning, the first flicker of light against the infinite night. The fight wasn't over, it had just begun. The ground trembles beneath a sky heavy with darkened clouds, a foreboding pulse that quickens the heart. I stand in the remnants of what was once our home, splintered beams jutting out like broken bones from the earth. A cry pierces the air, a mother's wail, raw and unfiltered, as she searches for her child. I remember the way her hands clutched the air, grasping for something, anything, to pull her back from the edge of despair. My breath catches, the weight of grief pressing down like the thick, humid air. I can feel it in my bones, this ominous hush before the storm. I glance at Ben, my brother, who stands frozen, eyes wide, as the darkness looms above us, an inky shroud threatening to swallow the world whole. His face, once full of laughter, now mirrors the chaos swirling around us. What happened to the boy who chased lightning bugs on summer nights, who believed the stars were just close enough to touch? The sky roars, answering my unasked questions. It's Typhon's wrath, an ancient fury unleashed. Rain lashes down like 1,000 whips, the wind screaming through the trees, tearing apart the familiar landscape. I remember how we used to lie on the grass at night, counting shooting stars and arguing over their names. Now, those stars seem like distant memories, swallowed by the tempest. Run! Ben's voice cuts through the din, breaking my paralysis. He grabs my arm, pulling me toward the shelter of a nearby chapel, its steeple a proud finger pointing defiantly at the heavens. I stumble, the mud sucking at my feet, desperate to keep me tethered to this place that's unraveling around us. Inside, the air is thick with the scent of damp wood and fear. The stained glass, once vibrant, is dulled by grime, shadows dancing across the walls like restless spirits. I find myself drawn to a window depicting a storm-tossed sea, a vessel caught in the jaws of a monstrous wave. The image strikes me like a memory, a specter from my past. I remember the stories our grandmother told, the old gods who fed on human despair, whose tempests raged through the ages. Are we going to die? Ben's voice shakes, a fragile thread woven through the cacophony. I look at him, seeing the boy he is and the man he will never become if this storm claims us. In his eyes, I see the flicker of hope extinguishing. I am supposed to protect him, but my heart is a hollow drum, echoing with fear and uncertainty. No, I whisper fiercely, though doubt creeps into my thoughts like a thief in the night. We'll be okay. I reach out, clasping his trembling hand, grounding him, grounding myself. The storm outside intensifies, but inside, there's an eerie stillness, a moment suspended in time where the chaos feels far away. I can hear the storm howl, but it's almost as if we're in a different realm, this chapel, this moment, the last remnant of safety before reality crashes in once more. And then it happens. The walls shudder, the ground quakes violently, and the stained glass explodes into a shower of glittering shards. Light scatters in all directions, jagged rainbows painting the darkness. I pull Ben close, shielding him as the world outside disintegrates. We huddle together, feeling the weight of our breaths in the suffocating silence that follows. It's in this moment of stillness, this jagged breath of time, that my thoughts drift to our mother. She always said storms were just the sky's way of crying. I can almost hear her voice, soft and soothing, cutting through the terror. Listen closely, my loves. The thunder is just laughter, a reminder that life is wild and untamed. But this is not laughter. This is wrath, and it rumbles through the ground like a beast awakening. We have to go, I say, my voice trembling but firm, the words a lifeline tethering us to purpose. Ben nods, the flicker of determination igniting behind his eyes. I can see it, the resolve rising like a phoenix in a world turned to ash. We scramble out into the chaos, the storm thrashing against us. The rain lashes down like biting needles, the wind a merciless hand that claws at our skin. I remember the warmth of the sun on my back, the gentle caress of a summer breeze. Now, the elements seem intent on tearing us apart, separating us from everything we know and hold dear. As we weave through the debris, I can hear the cries of others, anguished wails, the sound of a community unraveling. Hope flutters like a dying bird in my chest, but I squeeze Ben's hand tighter, a silent vow to keep him safe. His small frame quakes beside me, but the fire in his eyes is enough to keep my spirit alight. Somewhere in the distance, the earth trembles, a deep, rumbling growl that seems to echo from the very bowels of the planet. I catch a glimpse of jagged cliffs, the ground fracturing like a cracked facade. A part of me wants to scream, to surrender, but I can't. I remember the promise I made to our father before he left, the weight of his words heavy in my heart. Be brave. Be unbreakable. In this moment, it's not just about survival. It's about defiance. It's about facing the wrath of Typhon and shouting back into the storm, "We are here. We will not be silenced." The shadows gather around us, clinging like ghosts, but I can feel our spirits intertwining, a bond forged in the furnace of fear. Together, we push forward into the tempest, each step a testament to our existence. The storm rages, but we are alive, and we are fighting. The world outside may collapse, and the ground may tremble, but as long as I hold my brother's hand and breathe in the chaos, I will refuse to let the darkness claim us. For in this cataclysm, in Typhon's merciless grip, we find our strength. And I will not let go. The air crackled like the tension in a storm, lightning danced just out of reach, teasing the ground below. I stood in the shattered remnants of what once was a village, now a graveyard of hopes and shattered dreams. The moon loomed overhead, a silent witness to the chaos, its silver glow piercing the darkness, illuminating the faces of the fallen, frozen in a moment of agony, pleading for salvation that never came. I could hear the echoes of their screams, reverberating in the hollow spaces of my mind, tethered to a reality far too cruel. Kara knelt beside me, her hands trembling as she brushed the dirt from a child's lifeless cheek. The world collapsed around us, yet all she could see was this single, heart-wrenching image of innocence lost. I remember, she whispered, her voice barely escaping her lips, when I used to think the gods were kind. Tears streamed down her face, each drop a testament to the fragile faith she once held. I wanted to reach out, to tell her that hope still lingered in the shadows, but my own heart felt like a stone, too heavy to lift. Across the remnants of the village, Amon stood rigid, eyes locked on the horizon where darkness swirled like the belly of a beast, stoking the fires of dread. His chest heaved, each breath a reminder of the heavy burden he bore, an unshakable guilt gnawing at him like a ravenous wolf. "This is my fault," he muttered, the words spilling from his lips like a poison. I summoned them. I called upon the gods for strength, and they answered with destruction. The irony twisted my gut. Here we were, 3 souls caught in the crosshairs of ancient powers, our fates woven into the fabric of a war fought long before our lifetimes. I could see the shadows creeping in, a predatory dance as the night grew bolder, the roiling clouds whispering secrets that sent shivers racing down my spine. I stepped closer to Amon, but his gaze remained unbroken, lost in the void. "They don't care," he said, his voice trembling with a fragile resolve. "The gods don't care about us." But they do, I thought, my heart racing in rebellion against his despair. "They're here, watching, their strategies unfolding like the petals of a dark flower, each one more grotesque than the last. I remembered the stories, tales of gods who reveled in the suffering of mortals, their laughter ringing in the hollow spaces of the cosmos, echoing through the ages. A sudden crack of thunder shook the ground beneath us, and I felt it, a pulse, a tremor that resonated deep within my bones. "They're coming," I breathed, my voice barely a whisper against the storm. I glanced at Kara, her face pale, eyes wide with fear, and I felt the weight of her panic wash over me, a tidal wave crashing against the fragile dam of my own emotions. "We have to move." Moving as if in slow motion, we gathered what little we could, fragments of memories, remnants of hope, and a few stolen glances back at what we'd lost. The village was a tapestry of grief, each thread woven with sorrow and despair, but we had no time to mourn. Amon's voice broke through the fog of urgency, low and urgent. "The gods are not done with us yet." I knew then that this wasn't just a battle for survival, but a confrontation with the divine, a twisted game of power and sacrifice. The ground beneath us trembled again, more violently this time, and I glanced at Kara, her face reflecting my own fear, a mirror of uncertainty. "What if they want us to fight?" I asked, the question hanging heavy in the air. "What if we're just pawns in their game?" "Then we fight," Amon said, the fire in his eyes igniting a spark within me. "We fight for every soul lost, for every cry unheard." His words wrapped around me like a lifeline, urging me onward even as dread clung to my every step. The cacophony of the storm grew louder, drowning out the whispers of the fallen. I could almost hear their laughter, mocking our plight, the gods reveling in our desperation. "They think they can toy with us," I murmured, a fierce determination igniting within my chest. "They underestimate our resolve." As we ran, shadows stretched and curled, creeping toward us like the fingers of the past, grasping for anything that still breathed life. Memories swirled in my mind, fragments of laughter and warmth, moments that felt like a distant dream, before the gods turned their gaze away. I remembered how it felt to believe, to think we were more than mere playthings in a cosmic game. But here we were, three broken souls clinging to the fraying edges of hope, racing toward a confrontation with forces we barely understood. Each heartbeat echoed in my ears, urging me forward as the storm howled like a wounded animal, and I felt the weight of destiny pressing down. The ground split open, revealing a dark chasm that yawned wide, a portal to the unknown. The abyss beckoned, swirling with the whispers of ancient beings, their intentions lost in a jumble of chaos and fury. I hesitated, my heart pounding like a war drum, trapped between fear and the irresistible call of fate. Kara gripped my arm, her touch grounding me amidst the tempest. "We can't turn back. Not now." And just like that, the decision was made. No retreat, no surrender. We would face whatever came, the gods be damned. As we crossed the threshold into the darkness, a chill swept over us, a premonition of the storm yet to come. In that moment, I understood the stakes. We were caught in the web of divine strategies, careless pawns armed with nothing but raw emotion, fighting for a world that had forgotten our names. The darkness closed in, and with it, the gods watched, silent, indifferent, yet undeniably present. Their strategies would unfold like the petals of a dark flower, and we were left to navigate the chaos, our hearts beating in time with the unfolding of fate. Every echo of our steps, a note in the symphony of our struggles, resonated into the void, an unyielding declaration that we would not be forgotten. And as the shadows swirled around us, the air thick with unshed tears and whispered prayers, the confrontation began. The night was thick with an unsettling stillness, a silence that wrapped around the city like a shroud. Shadows danced along the cobblestone streets, flickering as if alive, as I stood there, heart hammering against my chest. The air crackled with a tension that felt almost palpable, an electric whisper brushing against my skin, warning me of the chaos to come. I didn't know it then, but the weight of destiny was about to crush down on me like a fallen star. I remember Hermes, a name that hung in the air like a forgotten melody. The messenger of the gods, the trickster clad in shadow and light. But in that moment, I felt less like a participant in a grand myth and more like a pawn in a game I could barely comprehend. I was not alone. Beside me stood Callista, her eyes wide, reflecting the chaos swirling in the depths of her soul. She was fierce, a firecracker caught in an unforgiving storm, and just as broken. Her heart had been thrashed against the rocks of betrayal, and she wore her scars like a battle flag. "Where is he?" she whispered, voice trembling like a leaf caught in a tempest. The urgency in her tone sliced through the darkness, and I could feel the tension coiling tighter in my gut. Hermes was supposed to arrive, supposed to deliver the message that could change everything. But what if he didn't? What if the gods had turned their backs on us? The thought sent a shiver racing down my spine. I could see the flicker of hope in Callista's eyes, battling against the despair that clung to her like an unwanted lover. She had lost everything, her family, her faith, and almost her mind. In her fight to save her brother, she had spiraled into the depths of the underworld, clawing her way back to the surface, breathless and desperate. "We can't wait. We have to find him." Her voice was stronger now, a spark igniting within her. But the streets felt like a labyrinth, twisting and turning, leading us deeper into uncertainty. I remembered the stories of Hermes, weaving through the fabric of reality, sliding between worlds like a wisp of smoke. He was a guide, yet he had the power to manipulate, to bend truths until they broke. And here we were, caught in his web, unsure if we were the hunters or the hunted. "Look!" I suddenly shouted, pointing to a figure emerging from the haze, a silhouette against the moonlight, ethereal and haunting. My heart leaped. Was it him? But as the figure drew closer, I felt the chill of dread. It wasn't Hermes. It was Marcus, Callista's brother, lost and broken, a ghost of the boy he once was. His eyes were sunken, haunted by horrors we could not fathom. "Help me," he rasped, words barely escaping his lips, a broken plea that echoed in the night. He staggered forward, and I could see the shadows clinging to him, dragging him down into despair. Callista's breath caught in her throat, a mixture of relief and fear swirling within her. She faltered, torn between the joy of his return and the fear of what he had become. "Marcus! What happened?" Her voice broke, a fragile thread stretched to its limits. The moment hung, suspended in the thick air, heavy with unspoken truths. His gaze darted past us, fear etched into every line of his face. "They're coming. The Furies. The Shadows. They won't stop until they find me." Panic erupted in the air around us. I looked at Callista, her fierce spirit dimming, caught in the storm of her brother's return. The boy she had longed for was now the embodiment of their darkest fears. "We have to go. We have to leave now," I shouted, urgency pulsing through my veins. The night felt alive, swirling with danger, and I couldn't shake the feeling that Hermes was watching, laughing from the shadows. But as we turned to flee, a deafening roar echoed through the streets, a sound that seemed to rip the very fabric of night apart. It was the harbinger of chaos, the Furies unleashed. I felt the ground tremble beneath us, the weight of ancient wrath crashing down like a wave. We sprinted, hearts pounding, but every step felt heavier, laden with the dread of our own decisions. "Keep running!" I screamed, pushing Callista and Marcus ahead. I could feel the darkness closing in, the shadows curling around my ankles, trying to drag me back. I stumbled, glancing back to see a whirlwind of wrath, faces twisted in rage. The Furies were upon us, merciless in their pursuit. In that moment, my thoughts raced, a cacophony of memories and dreams colliding. I remembered the tales of Hermes, the duality of his nature. A guide, a trickster, a harbinger of fate. Was he leading us into this darkness? I could feel the weight of choice pressing down on us, choices we had made and those yet to come. I remembered my own battles, the nights filled with shadows, the whispers of regret echoing through my mind. "Together?" Callista cried, her voice raw and fierce, slicing through the chaos. Our fates were intertwined now, every heartbeat echoing in unison as we pushed through the darkness, fueled by desperation. But the Furies were relentless, their voices rising in a haunting chorus, promising retribution for every misstep. With each stride, the tension built, electric and alive, until I thought I might burst. The city morphed around us, a twisted kaleidoscope of danger and despair, breathing heavily as we ran. I could feel the ghosts of our pasts trailing behind us, the weight of our choices, haunting us like a macabre symphony. We race towards the unknown, a desperate hope coursing through my veins. Would Hermes arrive in time? Would he play his hand in this twisted game, or would we be left to face our demons alone? And then, I felt it, a flicker, a presence on the edge of my consciousness, a glimpse of silver light piercing through the shadows. Hermes was coming, I could feel it, and the air crackled with his power, a promise of salvation, or perhaps, the brink of something far worse. Together? I urged. We had to hold on, to trust in the abyss that awaited us. And as the Furies closed in, I felt the weight of every moment, every heartbeat echoing through the night, a desperate fight against the inevitable. The story was not yet over. It was only the beginning. The moment shatters like glass, sharp and terrifying, as the sky erupts into a maelstrom of color, the fiery orange of destruction, the deep indigo of despair. Beneath the chaos, I can hear the whispers of 1,000 dreams snuffed out, their voices mingling with the acrid smoke. The night is alive, pulsing with the heartbeat of a city caught in the throes of a nightmare. I stagger forward, heart racing, every breath a silent scream caught in my throat. There is no time for hesitation. Amidst the collapsing buildings, the cries of the wounded pierce the air. I see him, Marcus, his face a mask of grit and determination. He stands tall, defiance etched into every line of his face, but I know the truth that hides behind that fierce facade, the weight of a father's guilt drags at him like a stone. He lost his daughter to a senseless act of violence, and now he fights not just for the living, but for her memory, for redemption. I remember how he used to smile, how that smile now feels like a ghost, haunting him. I want to tell him that it's okay to grieve, but the words die on my lips, swallowed by the chaos. Then there's Elara, a fierce light in this dim world. With every step, she radiates courage, but it's a fragile thing, like glass spun fine. I see her clutching a makeshift weapon, a piece of metal jagged and rusted, the remnants of a world that once thrived. Beneath that fierce exterior, however, lies a storm of doubt. Did she ever believe she could be a hero? Her eyes flicker with uncertainty, haunted by the memory of her mother, who used to soothe her with stories of warriors, tales now twisted into the fabric of her nightmares. I watch as she charges into the fray, knowing she feels every blow like a dagger to the heart. Time bends around us, seconds stretching into eternity as we charge forward. The ground trembles beneath our feet, a wicked symphony of chaos and destruction. I can feel the heat of the flames licking at my skin, the smell of burning dreams suffocating me. I remember sitting with Elara, laughing over a shared meal, the world outside forgotten. Now, that laughter lies buried under rubble and ash. We fight together, side by side, a ragtag band of survivors thrust into the maw of a ravenous beast. I can see it, the shadow, a monstrous figure looming over the wreckage, its eyes burning like molten coals, reflecting our terror back at us. It's a creature of nightmares, the embodiment of every fear we've ever known. And yet, here we are, mortals against the impossible, our hearts pounding a defiant rhythm against the encroaching darkness. In the fray, I watch as Marcus throws himself into danger, reckless and bold, his own demons screaming in the cacophony. There's a moment, the world freezes, the chaos stills for just a breath. I see him pull a child from the grasp of death, his hands trembling but steady, the weight of his actions crashing over him like a wave. I remember when he first held his daughter, the hope shining in his eyes. Now, that hope is a flickering candle, threatened by the wind of despair. Elara, too, is a force of nature, her resolve hardening like steel, but I can see the cracks beginning to form. The ghosts of those she couldn't save haunt her footsteps, whispering their accusations. As she strikes down an enemy, I hear the silent scream of her soul, the question that lingers in the air, am I enough? And the battle rages on, a brutal ballet of life and death, each move choreographed by desperation. The ground beneath is slick with the remnants of humanity, blood, sweat, tears, a testament to the fight that refuses to be silenced. But then, a moment of clarity hits me like a lightning bolt. I remember the countless times I let fear dictate my choices, how I stood by as life slipped through my fingers. I see Marcus and Elara in those moments, fighting not just the enemy before them but the very ghosts that claw at their hearts. I feel the weight of their stories, the urgency of their fight, and I realize we are more than just mortals. We are heroes, flawed, broken, but fiercely alive. In that realization, we find a shared strength, a flicker of hope igniting within us. With every blow we strike, we shed the weight of our past, carving a path toward a future where light can break through the darkness. The creature roars, a cacophony of rage and despair, but we do not falter. We are the embodiment of every forgotten dream, every lost hope, and we will not be silenced. The air crackles with energy, the fight reaching a fever pitch, and I see the flicker of something in Marcus's eyes, determination, yes, but also a glimmer of love for his daughter, a promise that he will not let her memory fade. Ilara's resolve hardens further, her spirit ignited by the souls of those she has lost, becoming the warrior she never believed she could be. Together, we surge forward, an unstoppable tide of humanity, refusing to bow to the shadow that seeks to consume us. I can feel the adrenaline coursing through my veins, every heartbeat a battle cry echoing in the night. In this moment, we are not just bound by scars, we are woven together by our shared fear, our shared grief, and our unwavering hope. And as we press on, I know we will not be alone. The spirits of those we have loved and lost walk with us, their whispers urging us to fight, to live, to honor their memories. The city around us pulses, the heartbeat of a world that refuses to die, echoing with resilience, defiance. We are heroes, mortal, flawed, and yet, in this moment, utterly unstoppable. And as we draw closer to the final confrontation with the darkness, I can feel the weight of our spirits rising, a tide of light against the inky black. This is just the beginning. The fight is far from over, and as we prepare to face the unknown, I know we carry with us the essence of every soul that dared to dream, every heart that chose to love. Together, we will face whatever comes next, and we will not yield. The air crackled with a tension so thick it felt like a living thing, coiling around the hearts of those who stood on the precipice of the coming storm. I remember the sound, an echo of clashing steel and the distant, haunting call of mournful horns, rising like a ghostly wail from the depths of the earth. It reverberated through the city of Eldarian, shaking the cobblestones beneath my feet and sending shivers of dread racing up my spine. This was the moment before everything changed, before the battle began. Eldarian wasn't just a city, it was a tapestry of dreams, stitched together with the hopes of its people. But the gods had turned their eyes from us, and now the streets were stained with the blood of innocents and the cries of the fallen echoed in the alleys. The shadows stretched longer as the sun dipped behind the jagged peaks, heralding the night when the conflict would unfold, a battle that would shake the very cosmos. In the heart of the chaos stood Mara, her hands trembling as they gripped the hilt of her sword. She was fierce, a lioness in the body of a woman, but tonight her bravery danced on a razor's edge. I could see the weight of her fears etched in the lines of her face, the memories of lost friends, the laughter that had turned to screams. "I will not let them take another," she whispered, her voice cracked and raw. I could feel the heat of her anger, a wildfire raging in the depths of her soul, but I could also see the flickering doubt in her eyes, the fear that maybe this time, she wouldn't be enough. And then there was Edrin, his back against the crumbling stone wall, eyes glazed with a mixture of determination and despair. He had once known the softness of grass beneath his feet, the warmth of the sun on his skin, but those days were long gone, replaced by darkness and the cold grip of reality. "What choice do we have?" he murmured, almost to himself, as if the question held the key to his fractured heart. He had lost his sister to the very gods we were about to confront, each heartbeat a reminder of her absence, echoing in the hollow chambers of his mind. "We either fight or we die like dogs in the dirt." He spat the last words as if they were poison, raw and untamed. The noise roared back, a tide of chaos crashing against the shores of our resolve. The ground shook beneath us as if the earth itself knew the anguish that was about to unfold. I could feel the vibrations radiating through my bones, every pulse a reminder of the stakes. Lives would be lost. Dreams would shatter like glass. I remember the night I first met them, in the quiet aftermath of a skirmish, blood still warm on the ground. I had seen it all, their laughter, their camaraderie, the way they fought for the light against the darkness that threatened to swallow them whole. We were young then, brimming with hope, believing we could change the world together. But the world had grown cruel, and we were left to piece our hearts back together amid the ruins. A gust of wind swept through the streets, carrying with it the faintest scent of jasmine, a memory of better days. I could almost hear her soft voice calling my name, a ghost of what once was, a flicker of warmth in the chill of night. But that was gone, too. The jasmine had wilted, all that remained was the bitter aroma of smoke and ash. "Stay close," Mara commanded, her voice breaking through my reverie. The urgency in her tone shattered the fragile wall of nostalgia, pulling me back to the present. The gods were coming, their wrath a storm brewing on the horizon, dark clouds swirling with the promise of devastation. Edrin stepped forward, determination etched in every line of his face. "Together," he said, the word a lifeline thrown in the turbulent sea of despair. That single word held us, three souls bound by heartbreak, anger, and a flickering ember of hope. I could see it in their eyes, a shared understanding that whatever happened next would change us forever. As the first clash of metal rang out, time slowed, stretching into an eternity. The world around us blurred, the chaos becoming a symphony of destruction and despair. I felt fear clawing at my throat, a creature lurking in the shadows, whispering that we weren't prepared, that this was madness. But deep down, amid the fear, a flicker of something else stirred, a resolve, a stubborn refusal to yield. The first god appeared, a towering figure cloaked in shadow and malice, eyes glowing with an ancient rage that sent waves of panic crashing through the crowd. Mara charged forward, a bolt of lightning in human form, but I could see the moment hesitation danced in her heart, threatening to steal her strength. "Mara!" I screamed, but my voice was swallowed by the chaos. Edrin seized her arm, grounding her. "You can't fight them alone." The words hung between us, heavy with unspoken fears and the weight of the past. In that moment, I saw their pain mirrored in each other's eyes, a reflection of the scars we all carried, each one a reminder of the battles fought, the battles lost. And then it happened, the clash, the explosion of power, raw and unrestrained. The ground rumbled, the sky fractured, a cacophony of screams and roars engulfing us. I felt each blow like a heartbeat, every strike resonating deep within my bones, pulling me into the vortex of chaos. I remember the taste of blood, the metallic tang sharp against my tongue as I stood frozen in horror, watching Mara and Edrin fight against the tide of darkness. The gods raged like storms unleashed, their laughter chilling my marrow, taunting us with the knowledge that our lives could be extinguished in an instant. But as I stood there, heart racing, I realized something. This was not just a fight for survival, it was a fight for our souls, a battle against the shadows that threatened to consume us. And as the night deepened, as the gods clashed like titans and the world trembled beneath their fury, I understood that our destinies were entwined, woven together in the very fabric of this conflict. "Together!" I shouted, the word a desperate prayer soaring into the chaos. And as Mara and Edrin turned toward me, their eyes alight with a ferocious fire, I could feel it, the pulse of life, raw and unyielding, binding us together as we prepared to face the storm, our hearts beating in a rhythm as old as time. The battle had begun, and there was no turning back. The air crackled with an electricity that had nothing to do with the lightning storm rolling in from the west. I could smell the rain, a bitter, metallic tang that made the hairs on my neck stand up. The ground trembled beneath my feet as if the earth itself was warning us, shaking with a primal fear. I was standing in a clearing thick with shadows, surrounded by trees that loomed like ancient sentinels. In front of me, Samara clutched a dagger carved from a piece of fallen star, its blade shimmering with an otherworldly light, casting ghostly reflections on her pale face, revealing the conflict swirling in her heart. "I can't do this," she gasped, breathless. Her hands trembled, and the dagger seemed to hum with a life of its own, an energy that beckoned yet repelled. The whispers of the gods echoed in the dark corners of my mind, and I felt the weight of their gaze upon us, judging, waiting. Samara's eyes darted to mine, searching for reassurance, but all I could offer was my own uncertainty. I had once believed in courage, before the scars of war carved their way deep into my soul, turning bravery into a distant memory. "Samara, we don't have a choice," I shouted, my voice raw, desperation clawing at my throat like a wild animal. I could feel my heart pounding, each beat a reminder of everything we stood to lose. The storm rumbled overhead, and with each crack of thunder, I felt the ground beneath us soften, the weight of destiny pressing down. "If you don't use it, heal what?" she spat back, anger igniting her fear. Kill us? He's already dead. This is a weapon of gods, not mere mortals. It's meant to destroy. Her eyes were wide, shimmering with tears that reflected that cursed light of the dagger. The cosmic dance of fate twisted around us, an invisible thread binding our fates together. Or save us, I whispered, though I could barely recognize my own voice. We cannot let him rise again. We cannot let the dark enter our world. I stepped closer, the tension thick enough to slice through. It's our only hope. But doubt gnawed at my insides, a ravenous beast that feasted on our resolve. I remembered the tales of those who had wielded such artifacts, how they had been consumed by their power. I thought of my brother, once brave and bright, now just a shadow of what he used to be, twisted by the very weapon he had sought to master. Please, Samara, I urged, voice trembling. Think of the people. Think of the ones we lost. The storm above erupted, rain pouring down like a tempest unleashed. The ground turned to mud as if the earth itself mourned our choices. Samara's shoulders slumped, the dagger slipping a fraction from her grip. I could see the struggle on her face, the weight of our past clawing at her, dragging her into an abyss of fear and regret. But then there was Bran, standing off to the side, his presence a stark contrast to our turmoil. He was a hulking figure, a relic of lost battles. His scarred face bore the marks of 100 confrontations, yet it was the glint of something more in his eyes that held me captive. He was not just a warrior, he was haunted. Every victory was a ghost, every blade a reminder of lives extinguished. You think you can wield that power, he rumbled, voice low but heavy like the thunder above us. That dagger demands a price. It's not just a weapon, it's a curse. Everything is a curse, I countered, feeling my own anger rise, hot and unyielding. We are the cursed ones, Bran. We've lost too much already. The wind howled, echoing the chaos in my heart. What is worse than losing hope? What do we have left to lose? He stepped closer, and I could see the memories flicker behind his eyes, the fires of battle, the cries of the dying. You think you're ready for that? He asked, voice thick with the weight of his own cynicism. You think we can play gods and not pay in blood? This isn't just about us. It's about everything we've ever known. I felt the tension rise, a suffocating blanket, wrapping around my chest. Samara's breath was quickening, a frantic rhythm against the chaos of the storm. I could see her mind racing. What if I can control it? She breathed, almost to herself, the possibility igniting a spark of hope in her heart. What if I'm strong enough? Strong enough. Bran scoffed, a bitter laugh bubbling up from deep within. You'll be consumed. Trust me, I've seen it. I've lived it. This isn't a game. But what was life if not a game of survival? I took a step back, confusion swirling within. I remember the nights spent dreaming of heroes, the stories of brave souls who had taken up the mantle of power, only to find themselves lost in its seductive embrace. I thought of the families who had depended on us, who would suffer if we failed. Please, Samara, I pleaded, as the lightning forked across the sky, illuminating her face and the dagger in her hand. Use it. Channel its power. If we don't fight, we'll perish. We have to believe that this can end. And just like that, the moment hung suspended, a heartbeat echoing between us, every breath an unspoken promise. The storm above bore witness as Samara closed her eyes, and I could see the flicker of resolve blooming within her heart, fragile yet fierce, like a candle fighting against the dark. The weight of the dagger shifted in her grasp, and for a moment, everything fell silent. Time stretched like an elastic band about to snap, and I could feel the world holding its breath, waiting for her choice. Then, the storm broke. The wind screamed around us as Samara whispered an incantation, her voice a soft yet powerful rhythm that resonated through the trees, through the earth, through the cosmos itself. The dagger pulsed, a heartbeat of its own, and the light exploded in a kaleidoscope of colors, a burst of hope, of terror, of everything. And I knew, in that moment, that we were no longer just children playing at war. We were about to dance with gods, wield their weapons, face the fury of the storm. Everything hung in the balance, the universe watching as the line between salvation and damnation blurred, leaving only the raw, aching truth of what it means to be alive, and to fight for what we believe in. The moon hung low, a sliver of silver anguish against the velvet sky, as the city stirred in the grip of a waking nightmare. Shadows danced in the alleys like phantoms, each flicker of flame in the lanterns a heartbeat, quickening with the pulse of dread. I stood there, heart racing, breath caught in my throat, watching as the chaos unfolded like an intricate tapestry of betrayal and fear. The air was thick, almost electric, charged with secrets too heavy to bear. I remember the faces, those etched in desperation and despair. The fear in their eyes was palpable, a reflection of my own. My friends, my allies, caught in Typhon's web of deception. Marin, her dark hair unbound, was a wild tempest of emotion, her fierce spirit struggling against the bindings of her own doubts. "We have to move." "Now," she shouted, her voice trembling with urgency. I can still see her, almost glowing in the dim light, eyes fierce yet swimming with unshed tears, the weight of the impending confrontation crushing her resolve. And then there was Elias. Always the thinker, the planner, yet in this moment, he faltered, his mind racing through a labyrinth of possibilities. He had crafted our strategy with meticulous care, but against Typhon, the god of storms and deception, every plan felt like a paper shield against a raging tempest. "They're coming for us," he whispered, voice barely above the rustle of leaves, each word laced with the bitter taste of fear. I could see the shadows of doubt creeping into his confidence, gnawing at the edges of his mind. I remember the scent of damp earth, the chill of unspoken words hanging heavy between us. The city had fallen into a hushed silence, a deceptive calm before the storm, but I could feel the tension building, coiling tighter with each passing moment. The streetlights flickered, casting grotesque shadows that twisted and turned, as if mocking our plight. And then, a scream, raw and splintering, cut through the night like glass shattering. I froze, heart hammering against my ribcage, the sound echoing in my ears, amplifying the dread creeping up my spine. "Stay close," I urged, gripping Marin's wrist, feeling the warmth of her skin contrasted against the cold fear that gripped us all. We darted deeper into the shadows, the air thickening around us, suffocating, as if the very essence of the world conspired against us. Each footfall echoed like a heartbeat in the abyss, relentless and unforgiving. As we ran, I could feel the past clawing at my thoughts, memories of laughter, of joy, now twisted by the weight of betrayal woven into the very fabric of our lives. The city had once been our playground, vibrant and alive, but now it felt like a mausoleum, each corner a reminder of ghosts haunting our every step. I remember the nights spent dreaming of glory, of battles fought and won, only to have those dreams tarnished by the specter of deceit. Typhon's tactics were insidious, creeping into the minds of the unwary, twisting truths into lies, turning friends against friends. I could almost hear his laughter, a chilling echo reverberating through the silence, mocking us as we stumbled through the shadows. Trust no one, I had told them, but now those words felt like a curse, a prophecy weaving its way into our very souls. Marin stopped abruptly, eyes wide, fear morphing into a fierce determination. "We need to confront him. We can't run forever." Her voice was aflame, igniting something within me, pushing against the darkness that threatened to swallow us whole. But I could see the flicker of doubt, she was just as lost, just as scared. "What if we're wrong?" I whispered, the weight of her gaze pulling at me, anchoring me to the moment. "What if confronting him only seals our fate?" Elias turned, his features drawn and pale, the shadows etching lines of worry across his brow. "We can't let him control us. We have to fight back, even if it kills us." His words were a fragile lifeline, a promise wrapped in desperation, yet I could sense the tremor beneath the bravado, the way his hands shook ever so slightly as he gripped the hilt of his sword. The echoes of the past clung to us, like cobwebs trapping unwary insects. I remembered the day we swore an oath, the sun shining bright, the world filled with possibility. How naive we had been, brimming with hope, oblivious to the darkness lurking just beyond the horizon. But now, as I stood on the precipice of destruction, I questioned everything, our choices, our trust, our very existence carved from the fabric of lies. "Let's do it," Marin breathed, a fire igniting in her chest, her voice steadying my own. We stepped forward, hearts pounding as we approached the heart of the storm, where shadows twisted in the flickering light. The air crackled with anticipation, heavy with the scent of impending violence. And then it happened, a sudden rush of cold wind, as if the very essence of Typhon had descended upon us. Time warped, bending around us, the atmosphere thickening, suffocating. I braced myself for the confrontation, the anticipation clawing at my insides, a visceral reminder that deception had its price. The world narrowed to a singular focus, the shadows swirling, coalescing into a figure that loomed before us, Typhon. His eyes gleamed with malevolence, a predator reveling in the hunt, and I knew that every heartbeat brought us closer to a reckoning, a clash of wills that would shatter the very fabric of our lives. With every breath, I felt the weight of our choices bearing down upon us, the culmination of our lives spiraling toward this moment. The line between friend and foe blurred in the darkness, and I knew that in the heart of this storm, trust was a luxury we could no longer afford. In the chilling air, I could almost taste the bitterness of our betrayals and the weight of our unspoken fears. This wasn't just a fight for survival, it was a battle for our souls, a confrontation with the very essence of deception that had woven itself into our lives. And as we faced Typhon, I realized that we were bound not just by fate, but by the fragile threads of our humanity, frayed yet unyielding. In that moment, I understood, deception was not just a tactic, it was the very air we breathed, a haunting melody that would echo through the ages, intertwining our destinies in ways we could scarcely imagine. The storm was upon us, and the time for reckoning had come. The air was thick with smoke, curling like restless ghosts through the ruined streets of a city that once thrummed with life. A single, distant cry shattered the eerie silence, the sound of despair echoing off crumbling walls, ricocheting through the marrow of the night. Shadows danced, flickering with the dying light of fires that had consumed dreams, homes, and hearts. I stood there, heart pounding, drowning in dread, the weight of the air pressing down like a funeral shroud. Carmen's voice cut through the chaos, sharp and fierce, as she fought to keep her brother Thomas by her side, gripping his hand like a lifeline. "We can't stay here. We have to move." Her eyes were wild, reflecting a desperation that bled into the very fibers of her being. She was the elder sister, the protector, but even she was starting to falter. The chaos around us was alive, a monstrous beast that devoured hope with every roar. Thomas, just a boy with wide, frightened eyes, gazed up at her, uncertainty painting his face a pallid hue. "But what if they come for us?" His voice trembled, each word a featherweight yet laden with the gravity of 1,000 fears. I could feel his panic creeping in, a contagion that threatened to smother us all. The distant rumble of the approaching forces sent a shiver through me, as if the very earth beneath us was groaning in anguish. I remembered the stories told in hushed tones, whispered warnings of what lurked in the shadows. Yet here we were, at the eye of the storm, every heartbeat echoing the tension that crackled in the air. Carmen turned, her grip tightening around Thomas's hand. "We fight, or we die trying." There was a resolve in her voice, a fire that flickered defiantly against the encroaching darkness. I admired her strength, even as it made my heart ache with the knowledge of what was at stake. I knew that feeling all too well, that gnawing uncertainty gnashing its teeth at the edges of bravery. I was no hero. I was just a bystander, a chronicler of history who had somehow wandered into the pages of a tale I'd only read about. But in this moment, as the shadows loomed ever closer, I felt the weight of my own inadequacy pressing down like a leaden cloak. The wind howled, a banshee wail that sent chills down my spine. I caught sight of figures in the distance, marching with a grim determination that sent my heart racing. Were they saviors encroaching from the horizon, or were they harbingers of doom? The line blurred under the murky veil of night, and every second stretched out like an eternity. "Carmen!" I shouted, fear clawing at my throat, yet the words escaped my lips before I could stop them. "What if it's too late?" The question hung in the air, heavy with the weight of despair. But she held her ground, fierce and unwavering, a lighthouse amidst the storm. "It's never too late." Her words ignited something deep within me, a flicker of hope battling against the suffocating darkness. We moved through the wreckage, every step a painful reminder of what was at stake, the echoes of laughter now silenced, the remnants of lives once vibrant like scattered ashes. My heart roared in my chest, the rhythm of frantic drumbeat that matched the chaos around us. I thought of the people we left behind, the faces that haunted my mind as I stumbled through the debris. I remember the laughter in the markets, the scent of food sizzling on the streets, the warmth of community. I remember, and I felt the weight of it, a burden I couldn't shake. "Stay close!" Carmen barked, yanking Thomas along as we ducked behind the remnants of a shattered storefront. The scent of smoke and despair tangled in the air, overwhelming in its intensity. My mind raced, a storm of thoughts colliding violently. What if this was the last moment of our lives? What if the world ended here, in a forgotten corner of a city that had once been alive? A whisper of doubt curled into my mind, twisting like a serpent. What if bravery was just a facade, a mask worn by those too scared to acknowledge the truth? I can't do this, I muttered, my voice barely more than a breath. Carmen turned, her eyes fierce, a wildfire of defiance. "You can. We all can. Fear is the enemy." Her words ignited a spark within me, a fragile wisp of determination fighting against the tide of despair. As the shapes of our enemies drew closer, their armor glinting malevolently in the flickering light, I saw the apprehension reflected in Thomas's eyes. I couldn't fail him. I wouldn't. I rallied the faltering fragments of my courage, whispering promises to myself as if they were prayers woven into the wind. And then, with a guttural roar from the depths of my chest, I leapt forward, propelled by an instinct stronger than fear. We surged into the fray, hearts pounding in unison, a symphony of defiance against the encroaching night. In that moment, I felt alive, fiery adrenaline coursing through my veins, drowning out the shadows that threatened to consume us. The chaos erupted, a cacophony of cries and clashing metal, and I pushed through the storm, side by side with Carmen and Thomas. Together, we became a single force, an unstoppable whirlwind of determination that carved a path through the darkness. The fight was not just for survival, it was a battle for our very souls, a struggle against the inevitable silence that loomed ever closer. But as the tide of conflict surged, I felt the ghosts of doubt rise again, clawing at my resolve. Would we be enough? Would bravery alone shield us from the abyss? Time felt elastic, stretching and snapping, every moment a heartbeat echoing in a world that had turned monstrous. And somewhere, in the wreckage of shattered dreams, I found myself reaching for the light, for the warmth of hope that flickered like a distant star, daring me to believe, to fight, to live. The air crackled with tension, thick as smoke curling from the embers of a dying fire. I stood on the edge of chaos, the clang of metal ringing in my ears like a funeral dirge. Bodies collided, a jarring rhythm of desperation and fury, and the taste of iron mingled with the dust of the battlefield. I remember the first time I saw the flicker of fear in his eyes, Icaius, my brother, whose laughter used to fill our mother's modest home. Now, in the shadow of war, it was swallowed by a silence so profound it echoed. He stood there, his sword trembling in hand, a mere boy in a man's armor, haunted by the weight of 1,000 decisions he never wanted to make. "Caius," I shouted, my voice breaking through the clamor, but he didn't hear. He was lost, consumed by the chaos, the very essence of Athena's cruel wisdom oozing from the battlefield. There she was, gliding through the carnage like a ghost, her presence felt like the cool caress of night before a storm. Wisdom in war, they called it. But wisdom had a cost, it demanded blood, tears, and heartache. I could almost hear the whispers of the fallen, their souls crying out for vengeance, for justice, for peace, none of which would come. I remember the stories, how Athena had been birthed from the skull of Zeus, fully armored, battle-ready. A goddess of war, yes, but also of wisdom, a dichotomy that felt like a mockery now. Wisdom in war, I muttered under my breath, the irony burning like acid in my throat. What did it mean to be wise when the world around us was a theater of nightmares? And then there was Ilara, her spirit fierce and unyielding. We'd grown up together, sharing secrets under the ancient olive trees. But now, the trees stood witness to the carnage. She charged through the fray, a beacon of unrestrained resolve, a braid whipping like a banner in the wind. For our home, she cried, her voice slicing through the chaos. But even as she rallied the troops, I saw the flicker of doubt in her eyes, glancing towards Caius, and the weight of that unspoken fear hung heavy between us. I remember when Elara had first spoken of glory, the thrill of battle, the honor of sacrifice. "We'll be legends," she had said, her eyes alight with visions of victory. Yet here she was, shoulder to shoulder with the man she loved, fighting against a tide that threatened to drown them all. Caius, her voice cracked, desperation clawing at her throat. She reached for him, but each step towards him felt like a step into a chasm, a wild void of uncertainty. I pushed my way through the thrumming body of soldiers, drawn to them as if by an invisible thread. My heart pounded, a primal drum echoing the fear that coursed through me. "Do you see her?" I shouted over the din, gesturing widely towards Athena's shadow, looming large, an ethereal figure of ambiguity. "She's watching us. She's judging us." Caius turned his gaze from the fray and met mine, eyes wide, a torrent of emotion swirling just beneath the surface. "What does she want from us?" he gasped, and the question hung in the air, heavy and pregnant with dread. Elara, fierce and relentless, pushed through the horde, her blade dancing like light through the darkness. Yet with every swing, every clash, I saw the toll it took on her spirit. "We fight for our lives. For our future," she shouted, but I could hear the tremor in her voice, the crack that threatened to shatter her resolve. And then, a moment, the heartbeat suspended in time. The world slowed, sounds muted, as I watched Caius falter, his courage wavering. The shadows of the battlefield swirled around him, whispering doubts and fears, feeding on his uncertainty. "I'm not a hero," he murmured, and in that instant, I felt the weight of every unfulfilled promise, every dream deferred. I reached for him, but as my hand brushed his shoulder, the clash of steel returned, sudden and brutal. Elara's cry pierced the air, a symphony of anguish that froze my blood. I turned, the world flipping into chaos again, and there she was, struggling against a foe, her bravado slipping as she fell, a warrior brought low by the cruelty of fate. "Elara!" The scream tore from my throat, raw and primal. Time exploded around us, every heartbeat a reminder of my helplessness. Chaos surged, a tide of bodies washing over our dreams like waves eroding the shore. The battlefield felt alive, a pulsating entity, and in that living nightmare, I was acutely aware of Athena's gaze, cold and calculating, her wisdom a shroud that twisted the honest intentions of the heart into mere fodder for war. Caius, now trembling, glanced at me, panic etched in his features. "What do we do?" His voice was a whisper, a plea for direction in the storm raging around us. But I had no answers, only the haunting realization that wisdom was a double-edged sword. It could guide you, but it could also cut deep, severing the ties that bind us to one another. "Fight," I shouted, my voice rising above the cacophony, desperation fueling my words. "Fight, not for glory, but for each other." The battle waged around us, the cries of the fallen mingling with our own, a cacophony that threatened to drown us all. And as we fought, the realization set in, weighty and heavy, Athena was not merely watching, she was a part of this chaos. She thrived in our struggles, our fears, our heartbreak. The moment stretched, a taut string ready to snap. I felt the world tilt as if the very fabric of reality was fraying at the edges, leaving us in a liminal space filled with ghosts and shadows, echoes of what could have been. I was lost in the swirl of it all, and yet, somewhere deep, I felt a flicker of hope, a reminder of who we were beneath the armor, beneath the blooded faces. A reminder that to be wise in war was to remember the cost of humanity. Each heartbeat pulled me deeper into the fray, a samba dance with destiny, a waltz with Athena herself. And as I fought to hold on to the essence of who we were, I understood, wisdom in war was as much about the heart as it was about the mind. Each clash of steel, each cry of anguish, a reminder that, amid the horrors, we were still human. The air crackled with a tension so thick it felt like breathing through molasses. Shadows loomed, twisted shapes of despair and dread, as the city of Typhon stood on the brink of annihilation. A bitter wind howled through the alleyways, carrying with it the scent of smoke and distant cries, a haunting chorus that echoed the fear gnawing at the hearts of its inhabitants. I stood there, heart racing, veins pulsing with adrenaline, fully aware that the moment of reckoning was upon us. My chest tightened, each beat a reminder that the end, inevitable and merciless, was near. I remember the way the sun sank that day, a fiery orb swallowed by a shroud of charcoal clouds, as though even the heavens mourned what was to come. In a world where hope was a threadbare tapestry, torn and frayed, every flicker of light felt like a betrayal. Elara, fierce and unyielding, stood beside me, her fists clenched so tightly the knuckles blanched. I could see the fire in her eyes, a tempest of anger and fear, and beneath it all, a flicker of doubt that clawed at her bravado. "We can't let him win," she whispered, voice trembling yet resolute, as if the words themselves could stitch up the wounds of her heart. Typhon wasn't just our city, it was a living entity, an extension of our souls woven into cobblestones and cracked walls. I could hear the whispers of the past, a symphony of laughter and life, now buried under the weight of despair. Memory surged, uninvited yet relentless, encasing me in a cocoon of nostalgia. I remembered the summer nights, when Elara and I would steal sweet moments beneath the stars, untainted by the darkness that had consumed us now. But that was before Typhon became a playground for ghosts, before Typhon's shadow swept across the land, bringing Typhon, the monster of our childhood nightmares, alive. And then there was Cassian, always lurking in the periphery, a cloud of uncertainty swirling around him. His grey eyes, haunted yet haunting, held stories I feared to hear, tales of regret and sorrow that echoed louder than any scream. "You think we can fight this?" he asked, voice barely above a whisper, as if uttering the words aloud would summon the very devils we sought to vanquish. I hated that he questioned our strength, that doubt seeped into his core like poison, tainting the resolve we needed to stand against Typhon. "We have to," I snapped, the words like shards of glass spilling from my lips, each one cutting deeper. "What choice do we have?" A distant rumble echoed, a growl of thunder or perhaps the very heartbeat of Typhon, awakening from a long slumber. The ground shook beneath us, reverberating through the marrow of my bones. I glanced at Elara, a silent conversation passing between us, charged with the weight of unspoken fears. We were warriors, both of us, forged in the fires of loss and betrayal, but the battlefield stretched before us, an unending chasm of uncertainty. It felt impossible, standing on the precipice of obliteration, yet here we were, hearts drumming in time with the approaching storm. "Do you remember?" Elara's voice broke through my spiraling thoughts, a lifeline thrown in tumultuous waters. "The legends? The stories our parents told? About the last stand?" Her eyes were fierce, a blaze of determination. "They fought for every breath, and we can do the same." But the words tasted like ash. How could we, mere mortals, hope to stand against such darkness? I felt the weight of her hope like an anchor amid the tempest, yet the flickering flame of doubt danced in my chest like a cruel trick of fate. Cassian's gaze drifted to the horizon, the faint outline of Typhon rising like a nightmare from the depths. "It's not just a monster," he murmured, more to himself than to us. "It's our regret. Our fears. It's everything we've ever lost." The truth of his words curled around my heart like a vice. What if he was right? What if Typhon was merely a reflection of our own failures? The ghosts of our past began to swirl around me, taunting, clawing at the edges of my sanity. I could feel their cold fingers wrapping around my throat, squeezing tighter with each breath. A sudden flash, a blinding light that sliced through the gathering gloom, and my heart stopped. Typhon stood before us, an abomination of flesh and fury, a creature born from our darkest nightmares. Its eyes glowed with a malevolent intelligence, a swirling abyss that seemed to mock our very existence. Each heartbeat echoed in my ears as it advanced, a predator stalking its prey, the air around us thickening with dread. "We fight now," Elara declared with a fierce defiance that pierced my heart, igniting a flicker of fierce hope amidst the despair. "Together? We're stronger." And perhaps we were, in that moment of unity, tethered by our shared fears and dreams, a fragile bond that shimmered against the encroaching darkness. Typhon roared, a cacophony of anguish and rage that rattled our bones. The sound wrapped around us like chains, threatening to pull us into the abyss. I could feel Cassian behind me, a silent sentinel, and Elara beside me, her spirit igniting a fire that surged through my veins. We were not alone. We were not defeated. I took a step forward, heart pounding like a war drum, ready to face the monster that embodied everything we feared. And as the confrontation began, I knew there would be no turning back. The battle would rage not just outside us, but within our very souls. Time stretched, twisted, as we plunged into the chaos, but amidst the storm, I felt an unusual calm. I had to believe we could rewrite this story, that even in the face of Typhon, we could rise, like phoenixes from the ashes, defiant and unbroken. In that moment, I closed my eyes, embraced the tempest, and let everything else slip away. The fight for Typhon had begun, and with it, the fight for our very souls. Chapter 31. The consequences of defeat, a monster's legacy. The air crackled with tension, a suffocating blanket that wrapped around the three figures standing in the flickering shadows of the crumbling castle wall. Rain fell in heavy sheets, each drop a tiny hammer striking the earth with the weight of unspoken fears. Thunder rumbled, the sky growling as if it, too, felt the pulse of dread. I stood frozen, heart racing, breath hitching in my throat, feeling the fear crawl across my skin. "Not now," whispered Lila, her voice barely rising above the storm, eyes wide and shimmering with a mixture of defiance and terror. She clutched the hilt of her sword, knuckles white, each breath a silent invocation for strength. But strength often faltered in the face of what lay ahead. Beside her, Marcus shifted restlessly, a storm of emotion swirling behind his steely gaze. He had lost everything: family, hope, faith. All that remained was his rage, a fire so potent it could consume him. "We can't back down. Not after what they did to us." The words were a plea and a curse, echoing in the empty spaces between us. He knew what defeat felt like, a monster gnawing at his insides, whispering that the next step would lead to another loss, another wound. This was it, the precipice. The fiery gates of hell awaited, and we stood on the threshold, fingertips brushing against the darkness. I remembered the laughter of my father, the way he told stories of heroes and monsters, how I believed in the triumph of good over evil. But here, in this moment, the lines blurred. Who was the monster, really? Can you feel it? I murmured, my voice trembling under the weight of a truth I didn't want to acknowledge. The darkness is alive. It knows us. Lila's grip tightened, a soldier bracing for battle. It doesn't matter. We have to confront it. For all those they've taken. I could almost hear the cries of the lost, echoing through the storm, a symphony of sorrow that threatened to drown us all. Each cry was a reminder of the world we had failed to protect. With every heartbeat, I felt the creeping tendrils of despair wrap around me, squeezing tighter, urging me to surrender. It's not just our lives at stake, Marcus hissed, his voice rising to a fever pitch. It's the legacy we leave behind. You think they'll remember us as heroes? They'll paint us as failures, as monsters in our own right. His words struck like a lightning bolt, illuminating the shadows in my mind. Failure. The word hung in the air, grotesque and heavy. I could feel my insides twist at the thought. What if we didn't succeed? What if the monster, the one we were meant to fight, wasn't out there, but within us? The castle loomed above, an ancient sentinel with crumbling walls that seemed to echo our doubts. Time had eroded its glory, just as defeat gnawed at our resolve. It whispered of betrayal, of lost dreams, of paths not taken. I remember, I started, but the memories were a tangled web, spinning back to moments of laughter, of warmth, and the sharp, cold knife of reality cutting through it all. I remember, Lila's voice broke into my thoughts, vulnerability leaking into the storm. I remember when we thought we could change the world. When hope was a fire in our hearts. Hope? Marcus scoffed, though I could see the flicker of it in his eyes, buried beneath layers of grief. Hope is a lie. A distraction from the truth, that we're standing at the edge of failure. His words were a gut punch, raw and relentless. We were standing on the cusp of something primal, something that could shatter us or forge new life from our ashes. I caught Lila's eye, and in that fleeting moment, something passed between us, a shared recognition, a silent vow. We were scared, yes, but we were still here, still fighting. The rain intensified, hammering against the stones as if the heavens were weeping for us, for the choices we were about to make. We fight, I said, my voice shaking but resolute. We fight even if it breaks us. A heartbeat later, a silhouette emerged from the shadows, dark and twisted, like a nightmare given form. The monster, our monster, stood before us, its eyes glowing with a malevolent hunger. Time slowed, the universe holding its breath, watching as we confronted the very essence of our fears. My heart raced, adrenaline surging through my veins. I thought of all we had lost, all we stood to lose, and the memories that now felt like ghosts clinging to our souls. Together, I whispered, and I felt the warmth of my companions beside me, a tether against the encroaching darkness. This was the moment that would define us, that would either bind us in triumph or shatter us into dust. The air thickened, charged with a palpable energy that crackled like the storm above. The monster took a step forward, a grotesque smile stretching across its face. It was a battle of wills, and as the world spun around us, I found myself caught in a whirlwind of memories, of laughter, of dreams, of unfulfilled promises. The shadows danced, the echoes of the past intertwining with the present, and I realized that the true legacy we left behind wasn't merely in our victories or defeats but in the love and courage we found within ourselves amidst the chaos. We faced the monster, breathless and trembling, hearts pounding like war drums in our chests. This was it, the line had been drawn, and we stood at the edge of a storm, ready, for better or worse, to confront the legacy of our defeat. The ground trembled beneath a pallid sky, a dull, throbbing pulse that echoed the chaos swirling around us. I felt the air shift, thick with tension, laden with the scent of sulfur and fear. My heart raced, each beat a drum urging me to run, yet I stood frozen, caught in the eye of the storm. "Run!" shouted Cressida, her voice slicing through the thick fog of dread, as Typhon loomed, a monstrous silhouette against the dying light. His serpentine body twisted like a dark river, coiling around the remnants of a shattered world. I remember her eyes, wide, frantic, reflecting a terror that clawed at my insides. I had always thought of her as fierce, a wild spirit fighting against the tide of fate, but now she felt so fragile, like a paper lantern in a tempest. I wanted to reach out, to pull her to safety, but the sight of Typhon's gaping maw, filled with jagged teeth and ancient wrath, rooted me to the spot. A beast of nightmares, he was more than just a titan, he was the embodiment of defeat, rage, and the agonizing weight of centuries of sin. "Elias," she screamed again, her voice raw with desperation. "This isn't the end." I wanted to believe her. I wanted to believe this was just a chapter, a mere prelude to something brighter. But how could I look into her eyes and not see the truth that we were trapped in a nightmare of our own making? I remember every moment leading up to this, a cacophony of choices echoing like ghosts I could not silence. Was it pride that led us here? Or perhaps the fatal allure of power, whispering to us beneath midnight stars? Typhon roared, a sound so primal it shook the very earth beneath our feet. I felt it deep in my bones, a visceral tremor that threatened to rip apart the fragile remnants of hope. "We must keep him from the cities," I whispered, half to myself, half to Cressida, who was now frantically checking her weapons, her hands trembling. I could tell she was thinking of the people, the innocents, young lovers, mothers with children, the old clinging to memories of better days. "Elias, we're not soldiers. We're just us," she choked out, drawing the dagger like it was a lifeline. But in her eyes, I saw the flicker of resolve, of acceptance, woven through her fear like threads in a tapestry. The shadows danced, teasing our thoughts with echoes of past choices, of moments where we could have turned back. I remembered the golden fields and lazy afternoons, the laughter shared beneath the sun. But now, the sun was swallowed, and all that remained was this darkness, this inevitability. "Cressida, if we fall, let it be after we've fought." My voice was a whisper, lost in the roar of the Titan. I reached for her hand, feeling her pulse quicken, the warmth of life mingling with the cold bite of despair. "We have to be more than just the defeated." She nodded, a fierce spark igniting in her gaze, and in that moment, we were bound by something deeper than fear or courage, sisterhood forged in the fires of adversity. Typhon lunged forward, and the distance between us dissolved. The ground quaked beneath the weight of his fury, and I felt the world spinning, threading through a needle of time, slow, torturous, and real. Every detail sharpened, the cracks in the earth, the way the air shimmered like a mirage, the taste of copper in my mouth. In a single heartbeat, Typhon swept his arm across the battlefield, sending waves of destruction in every direction. I dove, grabbing Cressida and pulling her down with me, feeling the rush of air as debris rained around us. The sound of splintering wood, of metal buckling under pressure, of screams rising and falling like a haunting chorus, it all crashed over us. Elias! Cressida's voice echoed in my mind, the name a talisman against the encroaching darkness. The weight of the Titan's presence pressed upon us, thick and suffocating. Each breath was a struggle, and I could feel despair creeping in. The world seemed to narrow to a singular point, the monstrous visage of Typhon eclipsing everything else. I remembered stories of old, the tales of heroes who faced impossible odds, who stood tall against monsters like Typhon. But we were no gods, we were mere mortals, flawed and trembling, caught in a web of fate woven long before our time. But there was a fire in Cressida's eyes, a relentless spirit. "We fight together," she yelled, her voice raw and potent with defiance. In that moment, the impending doom coiled around us, yet I felt a spark of something indescribable, a flicker of hope amid the consuming darkness. We sprang into action, striking at the Titan's coiling limbs, the sound of metal against flesh ringing like a funeral bell. Each thrust was a culmination of our fears, the fear of failing, of losing ourselves in the chaos. I felt alive, and yet, a part of me was already lost. The weight of the world bore down on us, amplifying the stakes beyond imagination. And then, at the heart of the fray, I saw him, the embodiment of all our failures, Typhon's eyes locking onto mine. In that moment, I understood. He was not just a monster, he was the reflection of our darkest selves, our unacknowledged fears and rage. I saw the torment within him, a tortured being trapped by his own power, held captive by a fate he never chose. The realization washed over me, a wave of bittersweet understanding. We were not just fighting a titan, we were grappling with the very essence of defeat, of what it meant to be human, to rise and fall, to be reborn in the ashes of our choices. Cressida pressed forward, a flurry of movement and resolve, and I followed, each step heavier than the last, yet somehow lighter. "Together!" I shouted, as we surged forward against the darkness. In that moment, time slipped away, and everything faded, the fear, the uncertainty, the weight of what lay beyond. It was just us, the two souls fighting against the embodiment of despair, a comet hurtling through the void, illuminating the dark with the brilliance of our fight. And as Typhon roared, as shadows loomed closer, I clung to the thought that maybe, just maybe, we weren't defeated yet. The battle was not over, it had just begun. The thunder cracked like a whip across the sky, a primal scream that echoed through the valleys, sending chills racing down spines. In the dim light, shadows danced with wicked abandon, swirling and flickering like lost souls yearning for release. The air was thick, pregnant with the weight of an impending storm, and in the heart of that tempest stood a figure, a woman named Callista, her heart pounding like a caged bird desperate for freedom. Her fingers trembled as they brushed against the ancient stone wall, tracing the etchings of Typhon, the monstrous titan, the embodiment of chaos. Each line whispered secrets of fear, fury, and a power that could obliterate the very fabric of existence. "I remember the tales," Callista murmured, her voice barely rising above the howling winds. "The stories my grandmother wove into the night, how Typhon stretched his 100 serpentine heads, each one hissing curses into the cosmos. The horror, the beauty, it was intoxicating." She felt the weight of myth pressing down on her, a shroud of inevitability wrapping tighter around her throat. Somewhere in her mind, the clock ticked, counting down to a reckoning she could not escape. Across the courtyard, her brother Lysander stood, a brooding shadow against the tempest. His gaze was locked on the horizon, where the dark clouds roiled and churned like a cauldron of despair. "Callista," he called, voice strained, "we can't let the stories consume us." "You can't let them." But how could she not? The legends were woven into the very fabric of their lives, each heartbeat echoing the cadence of ancient battles, each breath a reminder of the chaos that lurked just outside their sheltered world. And there it was, a flash of lightning that illuminated the twisted visage of Typhon, his monstrous form silhouetted against the storm, a reminder of humanity's darkest fears. "I remember," Callista's voice broke, the words spilling forth like blood from a wound, "I remember the night the gods trembled at his roar." She looked into Lysander's eyes, searching for the flicker of understanding. They feared him. They locked him away, buried him beneath the weight of 1,000 mountains. But what if he wakes? Lysander's expression hardened, a tempest of his own brewing beneath the calm facade. You can't believe that. Those are just tales meant to scare children, to keep them in line. He clenched his fists, his knuckles white against the encroaching darkness. But the fear in his eyes betrayed him. It was a mirror to her own terror. Outside, the wind howled like a banshee, and in that cacophony, Callista felt the pulse of history. It thrummed through her veins, igniting her spirit with a fire that was both exhilarating and terrifying. But what if the stories are true, she whispered, the thought curling around her heart like ivy. What if Typhon is more than myth? What if he is a warning, a reminder of what lies beneath the surface? The chaos that lurks, waiting for a chance to strike. As if in answer, the earth trembled, a low, rumbling growl that vibrated through the stone beneath her feet. The ghosts of ancient artists and poets seemed to rise from the shadows, their passion and despair embodied in the murals etched into the walls, depicting Typhon's fury and the fate of those who dared to challenge him. Each brushstroke dripped with raw emotion, capturing the agony of mankind's struggle against the relentless tide of nature, against the weight of fate. I remember, she said again, as the storm raged on, the paintings in the old temple, how they came alive at twilight, whispering tales of downfall and destruction. Each stroke was a reminder of our fragility, our hubris. Her fingers danced along the rough stone, feeling the pulse of the past, the energy of creation, the weight of fear. Lysander stepped closer, the distance between them shrinking, charged with a tension that crackled like the air before a lightning strike. We have to move on, Callista. We can't let the past dictate our future. We are not our ancestors, we are not bound by their fears. But his voice faltered, and she could see the cracks in his resolve, the flicker of doubt reflected in his eyes. What if it's not just fear, she pressed, her heart racing as the storm swirled around them, the air thick with the scent of rain and regret. What if it's a truth we must confront? The art, the literature, it's all an echo of our deepest fears, our darkest desires. We can't bury Typhon, Lysander. He lives in our hearts, in our dreams, waiting to reclaim his throne. Just then, a bolt of lightning illuminated the night, a flash that revealed a world on the brink of chaos. The sky split, and the storm unleashed its fury, the rain pouring down like tears from the heavens. Do you hear it? Callista shouted above the roar, her voice raw with emotion. It's the sound of our fate. The call of Typhon. We can't ignore it, Lysander. We must face it. His eyes widened, and for a fleeting moment, the brother she knew flickered to life behind the mask of defiance. What are you asking of me? He breathed, the vulnerability cutting through the tension like a knife. What do you want? Together. The word was a lifeline thrown into the raging sea of uncertainty. We face this together. The stories, the art, they are not just remnants of a past life, they are alive, breathing, waiting for us to acknowledge them. We must not turn away and let them become ghosts. The storm roared on, a symphony of chaos and fury, but as Callista stood there, heart racing, she realized it was not just about Typhon. It was about them, about their fears, their legacies, their desires to break free from the chains of the past. Together, they would confront the tempest. Together, they would embrace the chaos that lay ahead, even if it meant facing the monstrous truth of their own hearts. As thunder crashed around them, the world trembled on the brink of revelation, a moment suspended in time, vibrating with the intensity of their shared struggle, the weight of the stories yet to be told. What lay ahead was a confrontation of myths, a battle of spirits, a collision of fears that would forever alter the course of their lives. And in that moment, as they stood on the precipice of fury and fate, the line between art and reality blurred, merging into a tapestry of emotion, a warning that echoed through eternity. The wind howled like a wounded beast, tearing through the desolate streets of the city, and I stood there, heart pounding, eyes wide as the sky cracked open. Rain fell in sheets, drenching the earth with an intensity that mirrored the turmoil in my chest. I could feel it, the chaos stirring, a storm brewing not just above but within. The air felt electric, charged with the weight of 1,000 fears, each one whispering my name like a spectre from the shadows. I remember the frantic look in Mia's eyes as she stood beside me, soaked to the bone, her fingers trembling against her side. The weight of her grief was a palpable thing, clinging to us like the dampness in the air. She had lost so much, her brother to the chaos that Typhon stirred in our lives, a victim of forces too powerful to comprehend. I could see the flames of anger flickering beneath her sorrow, each wave of wind a reminder of the tempest that had consumed her world. "Where are you?" she screamed into the storm, voice cracking like thunder. "Why won't you come back?" It was heart-wrenching, a raw plea that clawed at the edges of my soul. I wished I could reach out, wrap my arms around her, but how could I? The fear of chaos paralyzed me. I felt it too, the absence of hope clawing at my insides, scratching and gnashing as if to escape. What could I say? "He's gone, MIA," the words would shatter like glass, cutting deep, echoing in the cavernous silence that followed. Then there was Ezekiel, his tall frame casting a long shadow as he lurked nearby, his expression a storm of its own. He was brooding, lost in thoughts darker than the sky above. I knew the weight he carried. His mother, a casualty of Typhon's wrath, had vanished without a trace, swallowed by the chaos that seemed to seep into the very fabric of our existence. "The gods are punishing us," he muttered, almost to himself, voice low and thick with despair. "We're nothing but pawns in their game." The bitterness in his tone was unmistakable, laced with a fury that threatened to consume him whole. I wanted to scream, to shout at the heavens, to say, "No. This isn't a game. It's our lives." But the words lodged in my throat, heavy as stone. Instead, I stood there, watching him wrestle with his demons while the storm raged on, the darkness enveloping us, wrapping our fears in its cold embrace. The chaos felt like a living thing, wrapping its tendrils around our hearts, squeezing slowly until we gasped for breath. As the rain lashed against my skin, I felt a chilling thought creep into my mind. Typhon was more than a god, he was the embodiment of our deepest fears. He thrived on chaos, feeding on our despair, drawing strength from our heartache. The more we mourned, the more he laughed, echoing through the abyss like a haunting symphony. And we were his unwilling orchestra, playing our sorrow in perfect harmony. I remember the moment it all shifted. The wind picked up, swirling around us like a vengeful spirit, carrying with it a cacophony of voices, lost souls, echoes of the past. I could hear them now, mingling with the storm, whispering secrets lost to time. "Join us," they seemed to say. "Embrace the chaos." In that moment, I felt the ground tremble beneath my feet, and a shiver ran down my spine. It was as if the city itself was quaking, groaning under the weight of our grief and rage. MIA turned to me, her eyes ablaze, reflections of the lightning that danced across the sky. "We can't let him win," she cried, defiance rising like a phoenix in her chest. "We need to fight." But how? How could we combat a force that thrived on the very essence of our pain? I felt the hopelessness wrapping around me, a suffocating shroud threatening to pull me under. Ezekiel stepped forward, fists clenched, jaw set with an intensity that made my heart race. "We gather those left behind," he said, voice fierce, eyes glinting with a fire long extinguished. "We won't be silenced." The desperation in his words struck a chord, igniting a flicker of hope, a momentary reprieve from the suffocating despair. We were not alone. The storm raged outside, but within us, a different kind of tempest swirled, one of resolve, one of shared loss. I could feel the rhythm of our hearts, beating in unison against the chaos outside. There was power in that, a connection forged from grief, binding us in ways we could never have imagined. Together, we could stand against the tide. I reached out, placing my hand over Mia's, feeling the warmth of her anger seep into my skin. We were not broken. Not yet. And as long as we stood together, Typhon's laughter would not echo in vain. The rain fell harder, the wind howling like a banshee, but we faced it, souls entwined in a fragile, fierce hope. "We will be the storm," I whispered, the words barely audible over the cacophony, but I felt the truth in them. Chaos could not thrive where there was unity, where hearts beat as one against the overwhelming tide. And as we stepped into the storm, the world around us faded, reduced to a blur of chaos and noise, our shared purpose becoming the lighthouse in the tempest. Together, we would confront Typhon, not as mere victims, but as warriors forged in the fire of our collective pain. With every step forward, I could feel the chaos shift, its grip loosen, its power wane. We would not be victims of our fears, we would rewrite the narrative, turning the tide. The storm surged around us, but we pressed on, hearts pounding, defiance surging in our veins. The night was dark, but we were the spark that would ignite the dawn. The storm was merely a prelude, the chaos a reminder that from fear, something beautiful could arise, resilience, strength, hope. And as the lightning illuminated the shadows, I knew this was just the beginning. The confrontation with the chaos was not an end, but a beginning, a moment suspended in time, echoing endlessly against the backdrop of the universe. Our stories, born from fear, were now tethered to something greater, forever entwined with the very essence of life itself. The sky roared, a monstrous growl that echoed through the valleys, sending a tremor through the earth. Lightning cracked open the heavens, revealing a silhouette, a colossal figure, wreathed in shadows that seemed to writhe and coil around him. Typhon. His very presence hung heavy in the air, an omen of chaos and rage. I stood at the edge of the crumbling cliff, heart racing, the wind clawing at my clothes, and I could feel the pulse of the storm mirrored in my own veins. Jess, her knuckles white as she gripped the railing beside me, was trembling. "This isn't just a storm," she whispered, her eyes wide, reflecting the terror that mirrored my own. "It's him, isn't it? He's back." The memory of our late-night discussions returned, sitting cross-legged on the floor, surrounded by tomes of ancient myths, her laughter spilling like light. "You think Typhon's just a story," she teased. But now, here we were, her skepticism torn apart by the supernatural gale. I wanted to reach for her, to pull her close, but the gulf of fear between us felt insurmountable. She was fighting her own demons, and I could see the shadow of doubt flickering in her eyes. Then there was David, his face pale, a harbinger of the emotional storm brewing inside him. He had always been the rational one, the anchor to our wild imaginations. But now? Now he was lost in a whirlwind of disbelief, spinning tales of what could happen if Typhon truly returned. "It's just a myth. It can't be real," he shouted, his voice strained, but I could hear the quiver, the hint of terror that belied his bravado. Every heartbeat felt like a ticking clock, counting down to an inevitable confrontation. I remembered the stories, the chaos, the destruction. How Typhon had once held the gods in his grasp, how his wrath had split mountains and drowned cities. I felt the weight of history pressing down on me, the cosmos whispering secrets I was too terrified to decipher. "Jess!" I shouted over the howl of the wind, "We need to get out of here." But my words were swept away, lost in the fury of the tempest. I turned to David, desperation clinging to me like the rain. "We can't let him," and then, as if summoned by our fear, the earth shook, and the very sky seemed to split open. A deep rumble resonated, like the groan of a slumbering giant awakening. From the depths of the darkness, the figure surged forth, and I could see the eyes, fiery orbs that glowed with unrelenting fury. Time slowed. The world around us blurred into shades of grey, and I could feel the air vibrate with raw energy. Typhon, a god of chaos, a monster of nightmares, loomed above us. His serpentine limbs twisted, reaching, grasping. He was the embodiment of our deepest fears, our most chaotic impulses. Jess was gasping, her breath coming out in quick bursts. "What do we do?" she cried, her voice a mix of panic and the remnants of her once unwavering belief in the rational world. "We fight," David said, his voice trembling, but there was a spark of determination in his eyes. He had become something else, a warrior ignited by desperation. "We face him together." I felt that fire ignite in me, too. What was fear but a shadow, a ghost that haunted us? We could be ghosts, or we could be light. Together, I echoed, grounding myself in that word, that promise. But as we faced the storm, I could feel the weight of our past pressing down. The secrets we had kept from each other, the pain we had buried beneath layers of laughter and bravado. I remember the first time we saw a storm together, I said, my voice rising above the cacophony of thunder, how we laughed, how we thought we could conquer anything. How naive we were. Naive. Jess's voice cut through the storm, sharp and clear. Or brave. Maybe that's what Typhon feeds on, our fear, our doubt. We have to remember who we are. And then it hit me, the truth that burned through the veil of chaos. Typhon was not just an ancient god, he was the embodiment of our emotional turmoils. He was our self-doubt, our insecurities made flesh. The shadows around him flickered, revealing glimpses of our own fears, memories of broken promises, moments of despair. I could see them swirling, a tempest of emotion threatening to consume us. Face him! I shouted, adrenaline coursing through my veins. Face what we've buried. David lifted his chin, and in that moment, I saw the strength of vulnerability. I'm afraid, he admitted, his voice breaking but steady. I'm afraid of failing. Afraid of losing you both. Jess stepped forward, her eyes fierce, a fire igniting within her. We can't let fear define us. Typhon thrives on it. We have to be more than just our broken pieces. And just like that, the air crackled with possibility. We were not alone in this fight. We were three souls intertwined, each a thread in a tapestry of resilience. As the storm roared around us, I felt the ground shift beneath my feet. The confrontation was imminent, but the fear that once paralyzed us began to dissipate, replaced by a burgeoning sense of belonging, a recognition of shared struggle. Lightning split the sky again, illuminating Typhon's terrifying visage, and I felt the pulse of battle starting to surge in my heart. There was no going back. This was not just a physical confrontation, it was a reckoning with the very essence of our fears and self-doubt. I swallowed hard, my breath hitching in my throat as I prepared to face the chaos. Together, I whispered, and as the winds whipped around me, I knew that whatever happened next would not just be a fight against a monstrous figure of myth but an emotional awakening that would echo through our lives. And in that moment, I understood, we were not just facing Typhon. We were confronting ourselves. I closed my eyes, feeling the storm surge, ready to embrace the chaos, ready to become the storm. The air crackled with the tension of unshed storms as the cacophony of chaos swallowed the night. I stood at the edge of the crumbling city, watching shadows dance against the flickering flames. The sky was a bruised canvas, swirling with colors only nightmares could conjure. A scream split the air, a sharp, desperate, echoing through the alleys. It was an omen, a warning, or perhaps the last gasp of sanity in a world teetering on the brink of madness. I remember the moment vividly, the taste of metal on my tongue, sharp and bitter. I was supposed to protect them. I had promised Ilara I would keep her safe, but promises slipped through fingers like sand, and now chaos reigned. She was out there, somewhere among the swirling maelstrom, lost in the very shadows that whispered of her doom. The weight of my guilt settled over me like a shroud, heavy and suffocating. A rumble beneath my feet, a tremor, a heartbeat of the earth itself. Typhon lived in the chaos, a monstrous deity born from the ashes of despair and fury. Each thump echoed my own turmoil, a reminder of the duality that gripped us all. Order was an illusion, a fragile construct ready to shatter at the slightest provocation. I could feel it, the chaos creeping closer, clawing at the fringes of my sanity. Where is she? I muttered, my voice barely a whisper lost in the chaos. My mind raced, thoughts colliding like jagged rocks in a storm-tossed sea. There was no time for regret. I had to find her before the shadows consumed her entirely. I glanced up, the moon peeking through the clouds, a ghostly witness to my unraveling. It reminded me of Ilara's smile, bright and radiant, like a beam of sunlight breaking through the thickest fog. But that light was fading, and the darkness encroached. I felt a surge of panic, a visceral ache that clawed at my insides. Stay calm. Stay focused, I told myself, though the words rang hollow. I could feel the heat of the flames licking at my skin, the acrid smoke stinging my eyes. I stumbled forward, my heart a wild drum echoing in my chest. The streets twisted like memories, familiar yet foreign, taunting me as I searched for a sign of her, a thread to pull me back into her warmth. And then I saw him, a silhouette against the inferno, his figure etched in shadows. Caleb, my childhood friend turned unexpected enemy. His eyes burned with a fervor that mirrored the flames, a primal intensity reflecting the turmoil within. He was chaos incarnate, the embodiment of everything I feared. What are you doing here? I barked, my voice harsh and unyielding. Looking for her, he replied, his words a low growl. We can't let Typhon take her. We need to make a choice. His gaze pierced through me, an unwelcome reminder of the tension that had always existed between us, order against chaos, friendship twisted into rivalry. Choice? You think we have that luxury? I spat, frustration boiling over. She's out there, and you stand here talking about choices as if we have time. His laughter, sharp and cold, cut through the night. You don't understand. One must embrace chaos to find order. It's a dance, you see? We can't fight it. The air thickened, charged with unspoken truths, ghostly echoes of our past. I remember the nights we spent plotting heroic futures, the dreams we built together, the innocence before chaos had crashed into our lives like a raging tsunami. I took a step back, grappling with the implications. You're wrong. We can't lose ourselves in the chaos. We have to find her, bring her back. Caleb's eyes darkened, shadows flickering in their depths. And what if we don't? What if she's already gone? Are you willing to sacrifice everything for an illusion? His words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of possibility. I felt the ground tremble beneath my feet, the rumbling heartbeat of a world gone mad. I could almost hear Typhon laughing, a sinister whisper curling around my thoughts, seducing me into surrender. But then, a flicker of hope ignited within me. The memory of Ilara's laughter, warm and inviting, pierced through the veil of despair. I remembered the way she breathed life into the mundane, her smile a beacon in the dark. She was worth fighting for, worth risking everything. No, I said, my voice steadier now. I will not abandon her to the chaos. I will bring her back. Caleb's expression shifted, a flicker of something, fear, perhaps, dancing in his eyes. You think you can save her? You think you can bring order to this madness? I have to try, I replied, my heart pounding like a war drum. And I won't do it alone. In that moment, the air crackled with the tension of our conflicting wills, and I realized chaos was not just an external force, it had seeped into our very souls. The conflict roared within me, a tempest of desire and fear. The city burned around us, a reflection of the world inside, two sides of the same coin, chaos and order locked in a deadly embrace. Caleb's gaze shifted, his acceptance slowly dawning. Then let's find her. Together. The words hung in the air, a fragile thread weaving our fates together once more. The shadows danced around us, alive with the tension of our choices, the ominous weight of Typhon's chaos lurking behind every corner. I could feel time slipping away, each second a heartbeat lost to the night. It was a race, a desperate sprint into the unknown. The city pulsed with life and death, the chaos and order swirling in a whirlwind of emotions that threatened to drown us. As we moved deeper into the city, every footfall echoed with the fear of loss, the haunting memories tugging at my soul. I was running toward something beautiful, yet terrifying, a confrontation not just with the chaos outside, but the chaos within. I knew the night was far from over, that the storm was just beginning. But in that moment, I felt a glimmer of hope flicker in the depths of my despair. The fire of determination roared to life, igniting a fragile hope. We would face Typhon, and perhaps, if we were brave enough, we could find Ilara and bring her back from the brink. Because chaos, I realized, was not just a force to be feared. It was a crucible, a place where we could forge our destinies, redefine our identities. In the heart of the storm, we could become something greater, a force of order against the rising tide of chaos. And as the embers swirled around us, I took a deep breath, feeling the weight of possibility settle in my chest. The night was dark, the chaos palpable, but somewhere deep inside, I found the strength to fight. With Caleb at my side and Ilara's spirit guiding me, I plunged into the fray, the line between chaos and order blurring, the weight of our choices pressing heavily against our hearts. The battle was just beginning, and the echoes of Typhon's duality danced in our wake, whispering promises of chaos and order yet to come. A storm brews on the horizon, dark clouds swirling like the shadows of forgotten legends. Somewhere, in the heart of chaos, I stand, pulse racing, throat dry, the taste of iron heavy on my tongue. Wind howls, desperate and cold, twisting through the cracks of the ancient temple, a haunting symphony that carries whispers of Typhon, the spined monster whose very name sends shivers down spines. I remember the stories, those chilling tales spun by the firelight, the way they consumed the room, wrapping around us like a thick fog, suffocating yet intoxicating. "Run!" screams Ilara, her voice laced with panic, slicing through the chilling air. She is my sister, fierce and brave, yet fragile, a porcelain doll in a tempest. Her eyes, usually bright as sunlight, are now wild and stormy, reflecting the chaos that surrounds us. I can see the shadows flickering in her gaze, the ghosts of our past clinging to her, just as I cling to the memory of our mother's lullabies, soft, melodic, and yet now haunting, echoing off the walls of our childhood. We sprint, flesh and bone against the elements, the pounding of our hearts matching the thunderous growls of the sky. I remember the nights spent under sheets, hearts racing with excitement as we whispered tales of gods and monsters. Now those stories feel like an albatross, a burden pulling us beneath the surface, as if Typhon himself is clawing at our heels, each step heavier than the last. Ilara's wrist slips through my fingers, and in that moment, time stretches, warps. I turn to see her struggling against the wind, the tendrils of darkness swirling, reaching for her like a lover yearning to hold her close. No! The word erupts from my lips, primal and raw, but the storm is too powerful, too hungry. I can't save her, I can only watch as she is swallowed by shadows, her scream swallowed whole. The temple shudders, ancient stones groaning under the weight of forgotten wrath. I don't know if the walls are trembling from the tempest or from Typhon's rage, but I can feel it deep in my bones. The air is thick, electric, as if the very fabric of the universe is unraveling at the seams. I stagger backward, breath hitching, heart pounding, a caged animal desperate to escape, to find safety in the chaos. I remember the stories, the myths that thwarted the dark from creeping too close. They taught us to believe in heroes, in gods who would shield us from the horrors lurking just beyond our line of sight. But here, now, I am alone, and the echoes of Typhon grow louder, reverberating through my mind. Breathe, I whisper to myself, but the shadows loom larger, hungrier. I can't face the memories alone. Where is Orion, my steadfast friend, the one who always found a way to make light in the darkest of times? He was meant to be here, a beacon of hope, yet despair clings to me like a shroud. The very thought of him sends a wave of longing crashing into my chest. I remember his laugh, the way it unraveled the tension in the room, but now that laughter feels like a distant echo, taunting me from another life. I stumble through the temple's crumbling corridor, the damp stone slick beneath my fingertips. The air is thick with the scent of decay, the walls whispering secrets of old battles fought between gods and monsters. Each step is a reminder of our mortality, the fleeting nature of existence. I clutch my heart, feeling its frantic rhythm, a metronome counting down to a reckoning. And then, in the depth of that darkness, I see a flicker of light, a candle's flame, dancing defiantly against the storm. Hope? Or a cruel taunt? I take a step toward it, each heartbeat a battle cry. But there, looming in the shadows, I catch a glimpse of it, a figure, shrouded in darkness, its form twisting and writhing like the very essence of Typhon. Who dares seek the light? It hisses, voice serpentine, curling around the edges of sanity. I feel the words wrap around my throat, constricting, squeezing the air from my lungs. It knows my fears, my regrets, the memories I've buried deep. Do you wish to confront your past, child of the storm? My eyes widen, the creature knows my name, knows my heart. I remember the countless nights spent trying to drown out the whispers of what I've lost, the laughter of my sister fading into silence. I remember shattering moments, broken pieces. Fragments of a life once whole. No. I shout, rage igniting within me. I will not be a puppet to my past. I will not be consumed by shadows. The words burst forth, a primal scream shattering the stillness, echoing off the walls like thunder. I rush forward, fueled by a fire that flickers and wanes, yet promises to burn bright. But as I draw closer, I realize I'm no longer alone. Orion steps from the shadows, eyes fierce, a warrior ready to embrace the storm. You're not fighting this battle alone, brother. His voice pierces through the gloom, shattering the suffocating silence that surrounds us. The weight of his presence is a balm to my soul, like a lighthouse guiding me through the storm. But it's not just the two of us. Ilara's face flashes through my mind, her spirit tethered to this moment, sparking both hope and despair. We need to fight for her. For each other. I scream, the words raw, desperate, reaching out to the universe, the very essence of our bond woven into the fabric of this chaos. The figure laughs, a sound that chills my blood, reverberating through the temple, shaking the stones beneath our feet. Then let the storm rage on, it taunts, shadows swirling like a tempest around us, a dizzying dance of fear and fury. We stand together, hearts pounding, united against the darkness, ready to confront the echoes of Typhon that threaten to consume us. The wind howls, the storm rages, but we push forward, fueled by the flickering flame of hope, shadows looming, yet the light burns bright in our hearts. In this moment, the past and future collide, time swirling like the tempest outside. We are bound by blood, by love, by the very essence of what it means to be alive amidst the chaos. And as we charge into the heart of the storm, I understand, this is not just a battle against a monster. This is a reckoning, a confrontation with the echoes of our souls. And though the shadows scream, though the darkness beckons, we stand firm. Because even in the depths of despair, there is always a spark, always a chance to reclaim what was lost. The storm rages, the shadows loom, but we are not afraid. We are the storm. We are the echoes of Typhon, rising. The shadows twisted grotesquely on the cobbled streets, a silent reminder of the chaos that had erupted just moments before. A scream tore through the night, raw, primal, a sound that echoed off the ancient stones of the city, sending chills racing down spines. I stood there, heart hammering in my chest, as the smoke of burnt dreams curled into the air, mingling with the scent of fear and blood. Jonah's hands trembled as he clutched a piece of parchment, the ink smudged by his sweat, the words blurred by urgency. "We can't go back, Eliza." His voice was a mix of desperation and rage, a storm brewing just beneath the surface. "You don't understand what's at stake." But I did understand. I remembered the way the moon hung low in the sky, a ghostly witness to our transgressions, how it illuminated the truth we desperately tried to hide. Monsters roamed here, not just in the alleyways and the narrow, suffocating streets, but within us. We were the creatures who lurked in the darkness, just as much as the beasts that hunted under the cover of night. Everything we believed in, I stammered. It's all a facade. My breath was ragged, my heart pounding like a war drum in my chest. I could feel the weight of the world pressing down on me, the crushing realization that morality was a fickle thing, a plaything in the hands of those who wore it like a mask. Jonah's eyes blazed with a fire that frightened me. "And what do you propose we do, Eliza? Sit and wait for our execution? Let them decide our fate." The accusation in his voice cut deeper than the blade that had danced in the air moments before. I remembered the faces of those we had lost, the echoes of their laughter now twisted into screams of anguish. Were we not also guilty of monstrosity? Sometimes, being good and being alive are two very different things, I whispered, the weight of my own words pressing down on me like an anchor. The shadows seemed to close in, the darkness alive with the ghosts of our choices, each one a testament to our flawed humanity. I could still feel the texture of the night against my skin, the cold air wrapping around me like a vice. The city loomed, its crumbling facades telling stories of long-forgotten sins. I thought of the philosophers, the musings of ages past that had echoed through the halls of time. What did it matter if we were just as monstrous as the beasts we feared? In that moment, I caught a glimpse of myself reflected in Jonah's eyes, a flicker of something unrecognizable. I was a woman caught in the web of morality, where every thread was stained with blood, every choice a descent into chaos. And there, in the heart of that turmoil, I felt the stirrings of courage battling against the tide of despair. The air crackled with tension as we stood on the precipice of a decision that could shatter us both. "You think running will save us?" Jonah spat, his voice choked with bitterness. "It won't. They'll hunt us like the monsters they believe us to be." And yet, a part of me longed for the chase, the thrill of evading the inevitable, to be something more than just a name on a list of the condemned. Memories flashed, moments of joy torn from the fabric of our lives, laughter shared by the flickering light of a dying fire, promises made in the dark. I remember the way the stars danced above us that night. I murmured, my voice barely audible. We thought we could change the world. We thought our love could conquer even the darkest of nights. Jonah's anger crumbled, and for a heartbeat, vulnerability flickered in his gaze. But look where we are now, Eliza, he breathed. Monsters. Stripped of everything we believed in. The words hung between us, heavy and suffocating. I wanted to reach out, to close the distance that was growing wider by the second, but the ghosts of our past pulled us apart, reminding us of the sins we carried like shackles. The clock tower in the distance chimed midnight, each toll a reminder of our fleeting time. We must choose, I said, the weight of the moment pressing against my chest. Do we run, or do we face them? He hesitated, the shadows playing tricks on his face, revealing the boy I once loved, the man transformed by the horrors we had witnessed. And what if we choose wrong? His voice was a whisper, as fragile as the moment itself. What if we choose right? I countered, the fire igniting in my belly. What if confronting our monsters is the only way to reclaim our souls? A flicker of hope danced in his eyes, but it was fleeting, like the light of a dying star. I felt the darkness encroaching on us, a tidal wave of despair threatening to smother our fragile resolve. And in that crushing silence, I knew one thing, we were not alone. The weight of our choices had summoned something far greater than fear, a reckoning. As we stood there, hearts racing, the monsters outside were nothing compared to the demons inside us. The choice loomed, a precipice of morality where we would either fall into the abyss or rise from the ashes of our sins. Together. Jonah breathed, the word a lifeline threaded between us. Together. I nodded, a determination blossoming in my chest. And just as the first ray of dawn began to break through the horizon, illuminating the darkness that had gripped our hearts, I felt the chill of the night slip away. The past would always haunt us, the ghosts of our mistakes intertwined with our future. But perhaps, in the end, it was not about monsters or morality, it was about the courage to confront them, to face the darkness, and to finally reclaim our light. I stepped forward into the unknown, heart pounding, knowing that whatever lay ahead, we were ready. Ready to confront the abyss. Ready to become something more than monsters. The howling wind screamed through the shattered windows, a cacophony of despair and rage that mirrored the turmoil inside. I stood in the dim light of the crumbling room, heart pounding, hands trembling. The shadows danced around me, twisting and contorting like the memories that haunted my nights. I remember the day everything shifted, the moment when authority, that suffocating beast, revealed its ugly face. She was there, too. Maya, with her fierce, defiant spirit, stood across from me, lips pressed into a thin line of determination. Her dark hair whipped around her face, framing the fire in her eyes. We can't just sit here, she shouted, her voice cutting through the chaos. We have to fight back. I wanted to believe her. I wanted to feel that surge of bravery, but instead, I felt anchored by a fear so heavy it threatened to drown me. What if we're wrong? The word slipped from my mouth, each syllable weighted with doubt. But she wouldn't hear it. What if we're right? She shot back, her gaze unflinching, a lighthouse in the storm of my uncertainty. I could see the ghosts of her past flickering in her eyes, the losses, the betrayals, the scars that marked her skin and soul. She was a warrior, and I was just a shadow in her light, clinging desperately to the safety of the familiar. Outside, the city trembled under the weight of an approaching storm, the kind that promised to wash away the filth of oppression but threatened to drown the innocent caught in its wake. I remember the smell of ozone, a sharp electric scent that filled the air with a sense of foreboding. I remember the thunder rumbling like a primal drum, echoing the heartbeat of the earth itself, a call for rebellion. And then there was Sam, standing in the doorway, his face pale as a ghost. "They're coming," he breathed, his voice barely above a whisper, yet it roared through me like a tidal wave. "They're coming for us." I watched him, a boy caught in the cruel grip of adulthood too soon. His eyes were wide, reflecting a mixture of fear and an unyielding glimmer of hope. He was my anchor, the steadiness I craved, but I could see the chinks in his armor, the way he faltered under the weight of his own conscience. Typhon, he murmured, the name a prayer on his lips. The monster, the storm. It's a metaphor for the struggle against authority. What did that mean? I thought fleetingly, my mind racing as he spoke. The myths, the legends, they felt so distant, removed from the blood and sweat of our reality. But in that moment, I felt a spark of something fierce ignite within me. Perhaps we were all monsters in our own right, raging against the chains that bound us. Thunder cracked, a violent flash illuminating Sam's face, twisting his features into something almost unrecognizable. We can be like him, he urged, the intensity in his gaze igniting the flicker of courage within me. We can rise up. I remember the weight of his words, the way they hung in the air between us, thick with possibility. But possibility was a double-edged sword. It could cut through the darkness or slice through our hearts when we fell. We stood there, three souls caught in a tempest, trembling beneath the looming shadow of authority, its grip tightening ever so slowly, like ice constricting around our throats. Then the door burst open, and there they were, the agents of the regime, faceless figures clad in dark uniforms, instruments of an unseen hand that manipulated our lives. Fear surged through me, a cold tide that threatened to drag me under. I remember the way their eyes scanned the room, searching, hungry for any sign of dissent. I felt exposed, stripped of my defenses, with nothing but my beating heart and a defiant spirit to shield me. Maya stepped forward, a flame daring to challenge the wind. "You'll have to go through us first," she shouted, voice steady, fierce, echoing through the hall like a battle cry. In that moment, I saw her not just as my friend but as a force of nature, an elemental being rising against the tide of oppression. The world around us blurred, time stretched, the air thick with tension, melding into a singular point of existence where everything hinged on the next heartbeat. My mind raced with fragments of thought. What would happen if they took her? If they silenced her voice forever? The storm raged outside, and I felt its fury seep into my bones, the sky darkening, the world teetering on the brink of chaos. I could almost taste it, the metallic tang of revolution on my tongue, the sweet bitterness of defiance mingling with the fear in my gut. "Together," I whispered, though doubt clawed at my insides. It felt small, fragile, a mere whisper against the roar of the impending storm. But in that moment, with the agents advancing, I understood. It wasn't about certainty, it was about the fight, the refusal to bow down under the weight of tyranny. The air crackled, tension snapping like a taut string ready to break, and suddenly, without thinking, I stepped forward beside her. Sam followed, a loyal shadow refusing to be left behind. We stood together, three souls intertwined in defiance, ready to face the monstrous authority that loomed before us. In that heartbeat, I realized that we were Typhon, the storm incarnate, the embodiment of rebellion raging against the chains that sought to bind us. And as the storm outside intensified, I felt the hurricane inside me rise, a tempest of courage and fear, swirling into something beautiful and terrifying. And then, the door slammed shut. The storm was upon us. Thunder rumbled in the distance, a low growl that reverberated through the air, shaking the ground beneath me. I stood there, breath caught in my throat, heart racing, as shadows danced on the walls of the ancient temple, twisted like fingers reaching for forgotten memories. The stench of damp stone and something far more sinister clawed at my senses, suffocating me. I felt it, the weight of centuries pressing down, the legacy of Typhon hanging heavy in the air like a storm cloud ready to burst. I remember the fear that gripped me then, a visceral terror that had nestled in my bones since childhood. They said Typhon was the father of all monsters, a titan whose very name invoked nightmares. In the flickering torchlight, I caught sight of Isla, her eyes wide with panic, reflecting the shadows around us. Her hands trembled, not just with fear but with a tension born of something deeper, something that clawed at her heart. "I can't do this," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the rising wind outside, a howling that felt alive, hungry. But I knew she could. I had seen her strength, the fire simmering beneath her surface, igniting at the most unexpected moments. Yet here we were, tethered together in this chaos, both of us grappling with our own demons. I remember the stories, I murmured, the memories flooding back. The mountain crumbling, the earth splitting open, the gods themselves trembling at his wrath. It was always the same, the legends woven into the very fabric of our existence. They shaped us, they haunted our dreams. In the distance, a figure emerged, cloaked in darkness, perhaps a ghost from the past or a trick of the light. My stomach twisted. That figure could be a harbinger of hope or despair, but either way, it was a reminder of the choices we faced. It was Nico, his expression a mixture of confidence and despair, a paradox that made my heart ache. He was supposed to be our leader, the one who could shake off the weight of our fears, yet here he was, with his own shadows creeping in. "What's the plan?" he asked, but the quiver in his voice betrayed him. He was a warrior, but even warriors break. I could see him battling his own memories, his father's voice echoing, sharp and biting, reminding him of every failure. "We have to face Typhon, or we'll never escape this." Isla shifted beside me, her breath hitching as if she could taste the fear in the air. "Face him? You mean to confront a monster born from the abyss?" Her voice quivered, a brittle edge that made my heart ache for her. I wanted to reassure her, to tell her that we would be brave together. But the truth was, I was terrified too. The storm raged outside as if responding to our turmoil, the wind slashing at our faces, whipping our hair like serpents. I could almost hear the whispers of ancient myths swirling around us, taunting us with the weight of our fates. The ticking of time echoed in my mind like a clock counting down to a reckoning we could not escape. I remember the dream I had the night before, a vivid tapestry of fear. In it, Typhon loomed over me, his serpentine body entwined with the very fabric of the night. His eyes burned like molten gold, and in their depths, I saw the reflection of my own insecurities, my own failures. I tried to scream, but no sound came out, only silence heavy with the weight of unspoken truths. The air thickened, and I felt the pulse of something ancient thrumming beneath the ground. My hands clenched into fists, nails biting into my palms, grounding me in this moment. "We have to trust each other," I said, forcing my voice to steady. "Our fears can't hold us prisoner any longer." Nico nodded, his gaze piercing through the shadows, searching for strength within himself. "I'll fight, but we need a plan. We can't just rush in blind." His shoulders squared, but I could see the tremor beneath. He was scared, just like us, but he clung to the bravado of a soldier, a facade that could shatter with the slightest touch. And there it was, the heart of our turmoil, the reality we were all wrestling with. The legacy of Typhon was not just of monsters and myths, it was the embodiment of every fear we held within ourselves. The wind howled through the cracks of the temple, an anguished cry that seemed to echo the disarray in our hearts. I looked at Isla, her features caught in the dance of light and shadow. "Whatever happens, we do this together." She grabbed my arm, a vice-like grip. Together, she agreed, but I could feel the quaking uncertainty beneath her resolve, a palpable fear that threatened to undo her. It was a raw connection, two souls entwined in the face of an impending storm, both haunted by the spectre of Typhon. As Nico moved toward the temple's entrance, I felt a pull, a magnetic force drawing me closer to the precipice of chaos. The stories whispered around us, swirling like ghosts in the night, their laughter a chilling reminder of our mortality. I could almost hear the echoes of past battles, the triumphs, the failures, each a reminder of the cost of bravery. I remember the clock ticking, each second a heartbeat in the silence before the storm, the weight of our choices looming like a thunderhead, black and foreboding. We were on the cusp of something monumental, the air thick with longing and dread, ready to plunge into the darkness that awaited us. In that moment, I knew, the legacy of Typhon was not just a matter of myth, it was an emotional tide, a force that shaped us, bound us, and ultimately, tested us in ways we could never fathom. Together, we took our first step into the night, the shadows closing in around us, the echo of our hearts a desperate prayer against the chaos to come.